Chapter 3195. Give Life? Ning-Chi looked at the Dubhe Divine Armament Dragon with interest. The Dubhe Divine Armament Dragon's intelligence was not even comparable to the blood puppets. Although its grade was much higher than Ning Yi's blood puppets, the refining method was different. Emperor Realm puppets were not allowed by the Mo clan to have intelligence. The disciples of the Mo clan studied in this direction because they were afraid that one day they would not be able to control them and become the master. But now, not only could the Dubhe Divine Armament Dragon speak, but its eyes also had a hint of intelligence. Its half-machine, half-flesh body gave off an indescribable pressure. You are the Dubhe Divine Armament Dragon, and the Star Soul Essence. Ning-Chi's eyes flashed as he smiled. Master, I am the Dubhe Divine Armament Dragon. But the Star Soul Essence gave me life, so it is also the Star Soul Essence. Master, please take a look. The Dubhe Divine Armament Dragon said respectfully. Then, it opened its mouth and the Star Soul Essence floated out. At this moment, the Star Soul Essence seemed to be much bigger than before. Ning-Chi scanned it with his divine will and found that the connection between it and the Dubhe Divine Armament Dragon had become very strange. This connection was similar to after thinking for a dozen breaths, Ning-Chi's eyes lit up. Soul. The connection between the Star Soul Essence and the Dubhe Divine Armament Dragon was a bit like the connection between the soul and the body. The Star Soul Essence is your soul? Ning-Chi was surprised. He originally thought that after the Star Soul Essence was integrated into the puppet, it would only increase the puppet's combat strength. He did not expect that the Star Soul Essence would replace the soul and directly give life to the puppet. Then how much did it add to the puppet's strength? Or did it only give the Dubhe Divine Armament Dragon intelligence and a half-flesh, half-mechanical body? Soul. The Dubhe Divine Armament Dragon's eyes flashed with confusion, but it immediately nodded. Master is right. The Star Soul Essence is my soul. If it dies, I die too. Then how strong are you now? Ning-Chi smiled. The Dubhe Divine Armament Dragon pondered for a moment, then shook its head. Your subordinate does not know. You don't know? Ning-Chi was startled, and then he smiled. The Dubhe Divine Armament Dragon had just gained intelligence, so it was normal that it did not know what level its strength was at. Ning-Chi glanced at the attribute panel of the Dubhe Divine Armament Dragon. His eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment, followed by a trace of disbelief. Then, Ning-Chi couldn't help but laugh hysterically. His laughter was earth-shattering, causing the surrounding leaves to fall to the ground. Dubhe Divine Opportunity Dragon, Mo Family's puppet. Level: Initial Dao Querying Realm. Can grow. Initial stage of the Dao Querying Realm. After absorbing the Astral Soul Essence, the Dubhe Divine Armament Dragon's strength directly rose from the Great Circle of the Great Emperor Realm to the Early Dao Querying Realm, and even the Ancient Transformation Realm. This wasn't what excited Ning-Chi the most. What made him happy was that the Dubhe Divine Armament Dragon's attributes clearly indicated that it could grow. What did that mean? Ning-Chi had obtained a Dao Querying Realm cultivator who was completely loyal to him, and could even cultivate and grow on its own. In the future, it might even break through to a higher realm. To Ning-Chi's knowledge, only Khanate spiritual treasures like the Immortal Slaying Gourd were similar to the Dubhe Divine Armament Dragon's current state. However, Khanate spiritual treasures needed its master to control them, while the Dubhe Divine Armament Dragon could be an independent entity. Ning-Chi didn't have to worry about it in terms of combat. Master, why are you so happy? The Dubhe Divine Armament Dragon grinned. However, its half-metal, half-flesh head gave off a very eerie feeling when it smiled. Ordinary people would definitely be frightened by this smile. You'll know in the future. Ning-Chi smiled. The Dubhe God Armament Dragon fell into deep thought because of these words. As for Ning-Chi, his gaze landed on the mighty Miracle General, Ink Guard, and Blood Thorn. As long as he could refine 11 more star soul essences, these 11 puppets would all become early Tao querying realm cultivators. Thinking about the terrifying flesh of the mighty miracle general, he would most likely become a cutting machine on the battlefield, and Mo Wei's defensive capabilities would be even stronger. As for Bloodthorn, an early Tao querying realm cultivator who specializes in assassination, would probably be a nightmare for those of the same cultivation level. Ningqi sighed. Master, do you still have more astral soul essences? The Dubhe Divine Armament Dragon looked at Ningqi with some embarrassment. It hesitated for a long time before asking. You still want more? What use is it to you? Giving birth to another soul can still increase your strength. Wait a minute. Ningqi's eyes flashed. Could it be that the Dubhe Divine Armament Dragon's attribute panel stated that he could use astral soul essences to increase his strength, and not like an ordinary cultivator who could cultivate on its own? Master, astral soul essences can increase my strength. I feel that I can break through after eating another 10 or so, the Dubhe Divine Armament Dragon said. 10 Ningqi got people to move all the astral soul stones in the Galaxy Mountain range. Refining one astral soul essence used up 1/30th of the total amount of astral soul stones. The remaining astral soul stones could at most refine 29 astral soul essences. I can advance to the early Tao querying realm with just one astral soul essence. If I need 10 astral soul essence to advance to the middle Tao querying realm, doesn't that mean that I have to eat 100 astral soul essence to advance to the late Tao querying realm and 1000 astral soul essence to the perfected Tao querying realm? 1000 astral soul essence. This is probably a bottomless pit. Ningqi's eyes flashed with a hint of seriousness. The system had already said that astral soul stones were miraculous for fourth-step cultivators. Their value in the God Luo realm would definitely be very high and rare. Ningqi was completely lucky to be able to get one from the Galaxy Mountain range. There were no fourth-step cultivators in the God Luo mystic realm. Naturally, no one could recognize the astral soul stones. Therefore, Ningqi collected a large pile of astral soul stones, which piled up like a small mountain. However, such a quantity could only refine 30 astral soul essences. Now that the Fire Qilin is at the mid-stage Tao querying realm, I don't lack the combat strength of this realm. Another one is useless. It's better to keep it. I can have dozens of early-stage Tao querying realm combat strength. Thinking of this, Ningqi had already made a decision. He smiled at the Dubhe Divine Armament Dragon and said, I don't have any astral soul essence left. I'll give it to you when I have more in the future. Thank you, Master. The Dubhe Divine Armament Dragon's body trembled with excitement. Then, Ningqi sent it and the other 11 puppets into the creation realm. Mistress, what's that? There was a small courtyard in the creation realm. It was where the sacred concubine Cold Sky and the others used to live. There was also a huge tree in the courtyard that was already 10 meters tall. That was the purple void divine tree that Ningqi had planned to use to enter the immortal world. However, after Ningqi found his own way, he never watered it again. Chapter 3196. You too, have you forgotten where you are? Wang Muting said with a smile. The two girls reacted instantly. This was Ningqi's creation field. Enemies would not appear here. Even if Ningqi was killed by the enemy, the creation field would shatter. So it's young master. Little Yuer heaved a sigh of relief. Following which, the three girls sized up the Dubhe God Armament Dragon curiously. They could already feel the Tao querying initial stage aura from it. They did not know where Ningqi got this thing from. It was half machine and half flesh. They had never seen such a strange thing before. Little Qi, come out. Wang Muting smiled reproachfully. Ningqi moved and appeared beside the three girls. He smiled. Mother, I thought you would be shocked. Young master, what is this thing? It seems to be very strong? Little Yu asked curiously. This is the Dubhe God Armament Dragon. It is a puppet that I refined using the Mahis technique. Ning Qi smiled and narrated the whole story. The more the three women listened, the more surprised they were. There was actually such a thing in this world? A so-called star soul essence could turn a great perfection realm puppet into a Tao querying initial stage existence? And it even had its own intelligence? When I gather more star soul essence, this mighty miracle divine general, the 5 ink guards and the 5 blood thorns will be able to advance. At that time, they will be responsible for your safety. Ning Qi smiled. The 3 girls were stunned. Zuoling was pleasantly surprised. Young master, are you saying to let them be our subordinates? Won't we have a Tao querying cultivator as our subordinates? Sort of. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. The 2 girls were extremely excited. With a Tao querying cultivator as their subordinates, they would be able to do many things. Little Qi, why don't you keep them by your side? Wang Muting said. Mother, don't worry about me. I have the fire Qilin. Ning Qi smiled. Wang Muting pondered for a moment. Since that was indeed the case, she did not say anything else. After chatting with the 3 women for a while, Ning Qi returned to the Great Wilderness King Palace. The original sacred Jiang had long changed his name, and no one would mention the sacred Jiang of the past anymore. Now, which cultivator in the Great Wilderness did not know that sacred Jiang had offended the Great Wilderness King? As a result, they were annihilated by the Great Wilderness King. Great Wilderness Queen, Taoist Ling Xiao and company are already waiting in the Grand Hall. Seeing Ning Qi appear, Ji Qiaozhen quickly stepped forward and said, What are they doing here? Ning Qi felt a little strange. Ji Qiaozhen was stunned for a moment before she said, Great Wilderness King, don't you know that the demon race Valkyrie sent a decree some time ago? Ning Qi shook his head. He had been in seclusion in the top cultivation training ground. How would he know what order the demon race had sent? Upon seeing this, Ji Qiaozhen quickly explained the situation. After listening, Ning Qi smiled and walked towards the hall. As for the purpose of Taoist Ling Xiao and company's visit, Ning Qi already knew. The moment Ning Qi walked into the hall, Taoist Ling Xiao and company welcomed him warmly. We greet the Great Wilderness King. Don't stand on ceremony, everyone. Ning Qi smiled and sat on the main seat. No one had any objections to this. In all these years in the divine Luo world, Ning Qi was the only one who could make more than 10 Tao querying realm cultivators willingly sit down with his immortal lord cultivation. Great Wilderness King, we are here today because we have a presumptuous request. Taoist Ling Xiao looked at everyone and was the first to speak. Please speak, Taoist Ling Xiao. Ning Qi smiled. Everyone exchanged glances secretly. Other than Taoist Ling Xiao and monk Wu Chan, the rest, like Lin Longhu, looked at each other with a tinge of wariness and hostility. Before heading to the Great Wilderness, they knew that among the 10 places that Ning Qi had, one would be Wang Chao, one might be the British Duke, and then one would be Saint Virtue, followed by Taoist Ling Xiao and monk Wu Chan. As such, there would only be 5 places left. Ning Qi had plans to bring a few elites to the 3 sacred clans to participate in the Sacred Clans Prodigy Tournament. In that case, there would only be 2 or 3 spots left, while they had more than 10. This situation was like having too many monks and not enough meat. It's like this. It has been many years since the human race has gone to the 3 sacred clans to participate in the Sacred Clans Prodigy Tournament. This time, the demon race has given the Great Wilderness King 10 places. I was wondering if you could give some to us. Of course, we will not take it for free. Today, I brought a Shunluo stone mine to exchange for one of them. A spot. Taoist Ling Xiao smiled. A Shunluo stone mine? Everyone was slightly shocked. They subconsciously looked at monk Wu Chan, seeing that he was calm and composed, as though he was prepared. Their expressions turned ugly. Even the masters of the 2 sacred lands wanted to exchange a Shunluo stone mine for a spot. all the more so for them. However, the 5 major sects and the 9 great dynasties could not compare to the Sacred Land. Just the Spirit Firmament Sacred Lands alone had more than 20 Shenluo stone mines, so it was not a loss to exchange one. However, the 5 major sects and the 9 great dynasties only had 2 or 3 Shenluo stone mines, while the most only had 7 or 8 Shenluo stone mines. If they were to exchange one, they would be distressed for a long time. Seems like they've been holding it in for too long. That's why they're so passionate about the opportunity to go to the 3 sacred clans. Ningqi thought to himself. He then smiled and nodded at Taoist Ling Xiao. 1 Shenluo stone mine, 1 slot. Great Wilderness King is generous. Taoist Ling Xiao shouted like a wild forest. He could not contain his joy, as though he had not expected Ningqi to agree so easily. He was already prepared to exchange 2 Shenluo stone mines for a spot. Seeing this, Monk Wuchan chanted. Then, he took out the treasure that he had specially brought this time to exchange for a spot with Ningqi. Ningqi did not bargain and nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Lin Longhu and the other Dao Querying Realm experts thought that Ningqi was so easy to talk to. They surrounded him as though they were in a market. Seeing this, Lin Zuyo could not help but smile. No matter which dynasty master or sect master you were, you had to put in a good word for a spot in front of the Great Wilderness King. Everyone, please be quiet. The 10 spots have all been taken. Ningqi smiled. All gone? Aren't there a few more? Lin Longhu forced a smile. I have already made arrangements for the rest. Ningqi looked at Lin Longhu with a faint smile. Seeing this, Lin Longhu shut his mouth. He had almost forgotten who the Great Wilderness King was. Chapter 3197. Taoist Limitless, you're a subordinate of Great Sage Heavenly Bull? Ningqi was slightly taken aback by Dao Bing Ling Zhao's words. Lin Zuyo's eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment as he looked at Taoist Ling Xiao. These words were too shocking. How could the Lord of the Shenluo Sacred Land be a follower of the Celestial Bull Great Sage? If any other cultivator had said those words, Lin Zuyo would have slapped them. But now, the one who said those words was the leader of the Ling Xiao Holy Land. This couldn't help but make Lin Zuyo's hair stand on end. The conflict between the human race? Or was it true? I can testify for Taoist Ling Xiao. Monk Wuchan chuckled. Actually, the 2 of us suspected Sun Luo a long time ago. 1,000 years ago, he returned from the eternal Dead Sea with serious injuries. It was then that the great sage of the Sky Bull went into seclusion to break through to the great circle of the Dao Querying Realm. People from the tribe often come and go from the Sun Luo Holy Land. I'm afraid you can't just say that you're the Heavenly Bull Sage's man just because of this, right? Since the 2 of you have concrete evidence, why don't you take it out and have a look? Ningqi laughed. I told the monk that the great desolate king has the heart of 7 ingenuity, but the monk did not believe me. Taoist Ling Xiao smiled faintly and shot a glance at Monk Wuchan. The monk gave an embarrassed laugh and said, I was wrong. I never expected the Great Wilderness King to have guessed this. Without further ado, Great Wilderness King, please take a look at this item. Taoist Ling Xiao took out a very ordinary stone, but Ningqi sensed a special aura from it. It was an image recording stone that had functions similar to a camera. Ningqi reached out to receive it and scanned it with his divine will. With a boom, the scenery around him changed. In an instant, Ningqi appeared above an ocean. At this moment, there seemed to be a storm in the ocean. The waves were turbulent and each wave could reach hundreds of feet high. Occasionally, there would be fishes and prawns at the golden immortal level being swept away by the wave. Then, it was smashed into smithereens by the waves. At this moment, a heaven-shaking gigantic wave swept towards Ningqi. Ningqi didn't move at all. He calmly stared at the gigantic wave. The gigantic wave passed through his body, unable to cause any damage to Ningqi. Because all of this was fake, it was just an illusion. When the wave fell, Ning-Chi suddenly saw two figures in the distance. One was the lord of the Sunluo sacred land, and the other was from the Heavenly Bull clan, but his body was more majestic than the ordinary Heavenly Bull clan. His aura could even be felt through the image recording stone. It far surpassed the Fire Qilin. Late-stage Dao querying realm. Looks like this is the Celestial Bull Sage. Ning-Chi's eyes narrowed. The fact that Sun Luo and the Celestial Bull Sage were together was enough to prove that the relationship between Sun Luo and the Celestial Bull Sage was close. Great Sage, the waves in the Eternal Dead Sea are getting bigger and bigger. If they get any bigger, even I won't be able to withstand it. I'll be sucked into it and die. The Sunluo Great Sage said. Don't worry. I've spent so many years to find out that there's a cave abode of the human clan's ancestors here. How can I retreat because of these small waves? The Celestial Bull Sage said with a faint smile. When Sun Luo heard this, he frowned and looked around. Another gigantic wave rose into the sky. The Celestial Bull Sage waved his hand lightly, and a barrier appeared to block the wave for Sun Luo. Ning-Chi was very curious. The Eternal Dead Sea was not a simple place just from the name alone. Sun Luo was at the early stage of the Dao querying realm, but he was actually afraid of these waves. It seemed that the power of these waves was extraordinary. The fact that the fish and prawns with golden immortal cultivation were smashed with one blow proved this. Be careful. Great Sage, your news may not be true. Ever since I can remember, I've never heard that the human clan was the #1 sacred clan in the Shunluo mystic realm, and I've never heard of a mighty person in the human clan called Feng Jiuxian. You said that he ascended to the Shunluo realm, so he should have left some clues, right? Sun Luo frowned. Feng Jiuxian? Ning-Chi was instantly stunned, and a trace of seriousness gradually surged in his eyes. I actually heard my father's name from Sun Luo? A coincidence? The same name? The Celestial Bull Sage glanced at Sun Luo with a faint smile. Who said that there are no clues left? It's because of these clues that I found this place. It's just that the era of your human clan senior is too long ago. Even the current leaders of the 3 sacred clans may not have heard of him. But as long as I find the cave abode he left behind, there may be the Immortal Palace elixir inside. With this elixir, I can break through to the Great Perfection Realm and make the Celestial Bull Tribe the 4th sacred clan in the Shunluo mystic realm. In the future, there will also be a chance to ascend to the Shunluo realm. As for the other treasures, I'll give them all to you. What you need to do is to use your human blood to open the door of the cave abode for me. Fine. Sun Luo nodded. There was still a trace of disbelief in his eyes. However, he had followed the Celestial Bull Sage to this place today. There was no way he could stop now. The Celestial Bull Sage would not let him go either. He could only take a gamble and see if the cave abode that the Celestial Bull Sage was looking for really existed. Ning-Chi was getting more and more excited. He was prepared to patiently observe the next scene to see if he could find any clues from it. In the end, the scene suddenly began to flicker. Ning-Chi cursed inwardly. 3 breaths later, the surrounding scene returned to its original state. Taoist Ling Xiao and monk Wu Chan looked at Ning-Chi. Lin Zio also looked at Ning-Chi nervously. They wanted to know if there was any evidence in the shadow recording stone that Sun Luo had betrayed the human clan. Ning-Chi glanced at Taoist Ling Xiao calmly and nodded slightly. I did see Sun Luo with a Celestial Bull Tribe cultivator. Is that the Celestial Bull Sage? Yes. Monk Wu Chan nodded. I didn't expect that there would be such a traitor in the human clan. He's even the leader of the sacred ground. Fortunately, I discovered it early. With the strength of the great wilderness king, killing Sun Luo is a piece of cake. Lin Zuyo sighed in his heart. This shadow recording stone has always been in the belly of a fish demon. Some time ago, one of my disciples went to the Eternal Dead Sea and killed that fish demon. That's how I obtained it. Unfortunately, there's no footage of what happened after that. I don't know if the great sage Heavenly Bull obtained the Immortal Palace Pill. It's very likely that he will obtain the Immortal Palace Elixir. Taoist Ling Xiao said with a solemn expression. Wu Chan nodded his head subconsciously and chanted, Amitabha. Great Wilderness King, if the Sky Bull Sage breaks through to the Great Perfection Realm, it will be the end of the human race. If you want to know whether he obtained the Immortal Palace Pill, why don't you ask fellow Taoist Limitless? Chapter 3198. When Taoist Ling Xiao and monk Wu Chan saw that Ning Qi intended to head to the Sunluo sacred ground personally, they stood up and bade farewell. Other than the quota, they also wanted Ning Qi to capture the traitor, Sunluo. As the number one expert of the human race, he had colluded with the heavenly bull race. When they found out about this, they were not only shocked but also furious. If not for Ning Qi's sudden appearance, who in the human race could control Sunluo? As long as the heavenly bull race sent a random mid-stage Dao querying realm cultivator to support him, Sunluo could do whatever he wanted in the human race. Great Wilderness King, you don't have to send us off anymore. The two of us will pick an elite and send him to the Sunluo wilderness. By then, we hope that Great Wilderness King can take care of him. Sure. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. After Taoist Ling Xiao and monk Wu Chan left, Ning Qi's expression changed, and he said to Lin Zio, I'm going to the Sunluo sacred ground. If there are heavenly bull race cultivators attacking the Sunluo wilderness, it's more important to stay alive. There's no need to fight to the death. I understand. Lin Zio nodded slightly. In a vast forest there was a quaint giant city. The city walls were covered with green vegetation. From time to time, cultivators would fly down and walk into the giant city. Often, a few immortal boats could be seen moving side by side. However, when they reached the entrance of the giant city, they would keep the immortal boats and walk on the ground. Ning Qi looked around and realized that the green vegetation on the giant city was not simple. It seemed to be natural and grew by itself. However, upon closer inspection, one could see that the green vegetation seemed to have complicated patterns and runes. This was a huge array. Who are you? A few cultivators at the entrance frowned when they saw Ning Qi. The cultivators entering and exiting were all wearing the same attire. Even if there were some differences, there were only slight differences to show their status. However, Ning Qi's attire was obviously not a disciple of the Sunluo sacred ground. The moment he handed over the name card, the cultivator guarding the door subconsciously raised his guard. Many cultivators who were entering and exiting the place paused and looked at Ning Qi with curiosity in their eyes. Great Wilderness King of the Saint Virtue Dynasty is here to visit Taoist Sunluo. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Great Wilderness King? A look of astonishment flashed across everyone's eyes. Then, they sucked in a breath of cold air. The way they looked at Ning Qi immediately became respectful and curious. Many of them revealed looks of worship and subconsciously wanted to walk towards Ning Qi. However, after taking 2 steps, they stopped in their tracks. They had only heard of Ning Qi. Ning Qi was very bloodthirsty. He was afraid that he would accidentally offend Ning Qi and harm his own life today, who in the human race did not know about the Great Wilderness King. Ning Qi was someone who could even defeat the leader of the Sunluo sacred land. In private, even the disciples of the Sunluo sacred land secretly called Ning Qi an expert of the new generation of the human race. He had killed countless Tao-seeking cultivators of the Sky Bull tribe, but they still didn't dare to say a word. You are the Great Wilderness Queen? The cultivators guarding the gate of the Sunluo sacred land stared at Ning Qi in shock. His face was pale. Handsome. Immortal monarch cultivation. These characteristics seemed to match what they knew about Ning Qi. Could it be that someone dares to impersonate me? Ning Qi laughed. So it's the Great Desolation King. Please wait for a moment. I'll go inform the ancestor right away. The cultivators guarding the gate were a little terrified. One of them turned and left quickly. It seemed like he was going to inform the Sunluo sacred land. How can you neglect the great wilderness king? A thunderous voice sounded, causing the cultivators guarding the gate to tremble. They turned and bowed. Greetings, Ancestor Ching. I'll settle the score with you later. Ancestor Ching glanced at the few cultivators guarding the gate coldly. Then, he walked quickly to Ning Qi and said passionately, You are the great wilderness king? I am the great elder of the Sunluo sacred land, Qing Bujin. Qing Bujin's hair and beard were all white, but his body was strong and muscular. Just from his appearance, he was almost the same as the Sky Bull Great Sage that Ning Qi had seen in the Shadow Recording Stone. However, his aura was much weaker. He was only at the early stage Tao-seeking realm. Compared to the Sunluo sacred land, he was much weaker. At most, he was on par with the Saint Virtue Sacred Lord. So it's Taoist Qing. It's an honor to meet you. Ning Qi smiled and cupped his hands. I didn't expect the great wilderness king to know me? Qing Bujin looked at Ning Qi in surprise. Ning Qi looked at him indifferently. After a while, he realized that the joy on Qing Bujin's face wasn't fake. This old man is interesting. Ning Qi smiled in his heart and said to Qing Bujin, Taoist Qing has shocked the human race for a long time. Who doesn't know you? Great Wilderness King, you are too polite. Come, come, come. Quickly enter the city with me. It is our honor that the Great Wilderness King can come to our Sunluo sacred land today. Qing Bujin said passionately. Ning Qi smiled and followed Qing Bujin into the city. He wasn't afraid of an ambush. After all, the Sunluo sacred land probably didn't know why he was here. On the way, through Qing Bujin's endless chatter, Ning Qi finally knew why the other party was so enthusiastic. When Qing Bujin was young, he had a feud with the Heavenly Bull tribe because he had killed his parents. Therefore, since he had obtained the Tao, his attitude towards the Heavenly Bull tribe could be said to be the most radical before Ning Qi appeared. Of course, Ning Qi killed his way into the Sky Bull tribe and killed many early-stage Tao-seeking realm cultivators. This made Qing Bujin see Ning Qi as a confidant. Therefore, when he sensed Ning Qi's aura and knew that Ning Qi was the great wilderness king, Qing Bujin welcomed him warmly. Great desolate king, your actions have truly made old Qing admire you greatly. When you go to the Sky Bull clan next time, old Qing will go with you. Qing Bujin said excitedly. It shouldn't be too long. Ning Qi smiled. He paused. Is Taoist Sunluo here? From the time he reported his name and origin and strolled around the city with Qing Bujin, it should have been 10 minutes. But Sunluo still hadn't appeared. Was he putting on airs? Sunluo has always been in the sacred land. He should be here soon. Qing Bujin looked around but didn't see any trace of Sunluo. His face darkened. This guy, even the great wilderness king came here personally, but he is still putting on airs. After a pause, Qing Bujin said to Ning Qi, Great wilderness king, come with me to Sunluo's cave abode. I want to see if he is asleep or dead. That's my wish. Ning Qi smiled. Soon, the two of them arrived at a building in the center of the city. This building was the Sage Palace of the Sunluo sacred land. At the same time, it was where Sunluo cultivated in seclusion. Behind the two of them stood many higher-ups of the Sunluo sacred land. There were more than 30 ancient transformation realm cultivators and hundreds of emperor realm cultivators. They looked at Ning Qi with complicated expressions. There was surprise, excitement, awe and fear. A few of them had a hint of hostility, but it was not obvious. Sunluo, the great wilderness king, is here as a guest. Come out quickly. Qing Bujin walked into the sage palace and shouted. His voice was like thunder, causing the ground to tremble slightly. After a few breaths, Qing Bujin's expression changed slightly. He said with a strange expression, Is Sunluo not here? Chapter 3199. Qing Bujin searched around, and in the end, he discovered that not only was Sun Luo gone, but even his direct disciples had all disappeared. If not for Ning Qi's sudden appearance, no one would have noticed this slightly strange matter. That's strange. Qing Bujin scratched his head and a thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. It seems that Sun Luo isn't here today. I'll have to visit next time. Ning Qi smiled. Don't. Since you're here, stay for a few more days. I still have many questions to ask you. Qing Bujin hurriedly said. The demon race is really pressing me. When I return, I'll invite you to the great wilderness as a guest. Ning Qi cupped his hands and smiled. The demon race? Qing Bujin looked at Ning Qi with a puzzled expression. Then, he slapped his head in realization and said, That's right, the monster race gave us 10 spots to go directly to the 3 saint clans to participate in the saint race's Pride of Heaven battle. I actually forgot about this. With that, he looked at Ning Qi with some admiration. Great wilderness monarch, it has been many years since the human race had a supreme talent that could advance. Now, the demon race has given you 10 slots. It seems like the demon race values you very much. Ning Qi modestly smiled and waved his hand. Before leaving, Qing Bujin mentioned that he had a talented grand disciple and wanted Ning Qi to bring him to the 3 sacred clans. Great wilderness monarch, look, my grand disciple has cultivated for less than 100 years and is already an emperor. He will definitely reach the ancient transformation realm in the future. If you bring him to the 3 sacred clans, he won't embarrass you. Qing Bujin grabbed a youth by the neck like he was grabbing a chick and lifted him before Ning Qi with a proud expression. The young man was much shorter than Qing Bujin. With this grab, his feet left the ground and hovered in midair. Facing the recently renowned great wilderness queen of the human race, the young man's face turned red as he started to blame his grandmaster. Not far away, an ancient transformation realm cultivator subconsciously lowered his head. He couldn't bear to watch this scene. An emperor who has cultivated for less than 100 years? Ning Qi's eyes narrowed slightly as he sized up the young man. He did have the aura of an early-stage great emperor, and there was a hint of childishness in his eyes. Qing Bujin wasn't lying. He must have only cultivated for a short period of time. Either that or the young man was too good at disguising himself. It could even deceive Ning Qi's eyes. With a talent like this, it wouldn't take long for him to break through to the great perfection emperor realm. The reason why he didn't make it to the next round was probably because he had just reached the great perfection emperor realm not long ago. No wonder Qing Bujin wanted to get a spot for him. Fellow Taoist Qing, how should I address your grand disciple? Ning Qi laughed. Aren't you going to greet the great desolate king? Qing Bujin immediately glared at the youth. The youth hurriedly cupped his hands in the air and said, Junior Jiang Buxu pays his respects to Senior Great Wilderness King. Jiang Buxu? Surnamed Jiang? Ning Qi had an innate loathing towards this surname. However, he also knew that it was just a coincidence that this person's surname was Jiang. He had no connection to the Jiang family of the Tiandao family. Ning Qi laughed. Jiang Buxu, not a bad name. He looked at Qing Bujin. Fellow Taoist Qing, please put him down. It's quite tiring. Jiang Buxu looked at Qing Bujin with a hint of bitterness. He felt a trace of gratitude towards Ning Qi. His martial ancestor was always muddle-headed and didn't know how embarrassing his actions were. Ha ha! Qing Bujin took a glance at Jiang Buxu and immediately reacted. He laughed dryly and quietly released Jiang Buxu's neck. Once Jiang Buxu's feet touched the ground, he immediately kowtowed towards Ning Qi. Senior Great Wilderness King, please bring this junior to the 3 saint clans. Qing Bujin looked at Ning Qi expectantly. Ning Qi smiled and said, All right, follow me back to the great wilderness. Thank you, Senior. Jiang Buxu was extremely excited. Qing Bujin also thanked Ning Qi repeatedly. There were also many Emperor Realm geniuses nearby who were looking at Jiang Buxu with envy and jealousy. They had lived for so long and had never stepped into the three saint clans. They didn't expect that Jiang Buxu, who was picked up from the streets, would be able to obtain such an opportunity. Even if he didn't perform well in the three saint clans, he was still a human. Even if he didn't perform well in the three saint clans, he would at least be famous in the tribe. At the same time, Heavenly Bull Tribe, Vibrating Mountain Tribe. Sun Luo brought 8 ancient transformation realm experts and dozens of martial emperors. He was confronting Long Haitu and the other 2 Dao-seeking realm experts with anger in his eyes. Behind the 3 of them, there were more than 10 Dao-seeking realm experts at the initial stage. The difference in aura between both sides was huge. The Heavenly Bull Tribe had completely crushed Sun Luo. Sun Luo, your great wilderness king, committed a heinous crime in the territory of the Heavenly Bull Tribe. I didn't expect you to come to my Vibrating Mountain Tribe. Today, I want you to die a horrible death. Long Haitu laughed hideously. The other 2 Dao-seeking realm experts also laughed coldly. Everyone looked at Sun Luo with intense killing intent in their eyes. Presumptuous! I have been friends with your great sage for 10,000 years. You dare to kill me? Sun Luo shouted coldly. Long Haitu and the other Heavenly Bull Tribe cultivators were slightly stunned when they heard Sun Luo's words. Then, they burst into laughter. Ha ha! You are friends with our great sage despite the difference in age? A mere Dao-querying early-stage cultivator like you dares to cling to the great sage of my race? Long Haitu laughed loudly. Hee, Sun Luo suddenly laughed coldly. This strange action made Long Haitu and the others stop laughing and frown slightly. Your great sage should have broken through to the great perfection realm, right? Have you seen the immortal palace? Sun Luo chuckled. Sun Luo, how do you know about this? Long Haitu's expression changed drastically. The Dao-seeking realm experts of the Heavenly Bull Tribe immediately soared into the sky and surrounded Sun Luo and the others from all directions. As long as the 3 Dao-seeking realm experts gave the order, Sun Luo and the others would die on the spot. The ancient transformation realm disciples and martial emperor grand disciples behind Sun Luo couldn't help but have a flash of fear in their eyes when they saw this scene. If it wasn't for their extreme trust in Sun Luo, they probably wouldn't even dare to take half a step into the Vibrating Mountain Tribe today. How do I know? If it wasn't for me, the Heavenly Bull Great Sage probably wouldn't have been able to break through the Immortal Palace's gate and see the Immortal Palace. Sun Luo laughed coldly. Make your move. If you kill me, your great sage will bear the name of being ungrateful. The atmosphere suddenly became a little strange. Long Haitu and the others looked at Sun Luo in bewilderment, not knowing how true his words were. Suddenly, a voice floated over from the Vibrating Mountain Tribe's forbidden area. Let him in. I want to see him. Chapter 3200. Sun Luo snorted and walked expressionlessly toward the forbidden area of the Heavenly Bull Tribe. He didn't even look at Long Haitu and the others. The ancient transformation realm disciples and emperor realm disciples he brought with him stood there, looking at Sun Luo's back and then at Long Haitu and the others with a trace of fear in their hearts. Could it be that what he said was true? Long Haitu and the others were bewildered. In the forbidden area, as soon as Great Sage Heavenly Bull saw Sun Luo, he laughed and greeted him. At this time, Sun Luo's expression changed as if he was bathed in a spring breeze. He quickly walked towards Great Sage Heavenly Bull with a smile and cupped his hands. Sun Luo greets Great Sage. Congratulations on breaking the door of the locked palace and seeing the Immortal Palace. What are you talking about, Brother Sun Luo? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to reach the consummate realm and see the Immortal Palace. But why did you come to the Heavenly Bull Tribe today? It wouldn't be good if the humans saw it, would it? The Heavenly Bull Sage smiled. Forget about the humans. I received news that Taoist Ling Xiao and the others have found evidence of my friendship with the great sage. Now, the great wilderness king of the Saint Virtue dynasty is the leader of the human race. I'm afraid he has already made a trip to the Sunluo sacred land. Sunluo sneered at the mention of the human race. Oh, I know about the great wilderness king. The heavenly bull great sage's expression turned cold, and he chuckled. This time, while I was in seclusion, he entered the territory of my heavenly bull tribe and killed many of my tribe's middle-stage Tao-seeking realm cultivators. Now, the huge heavenly bull tribe only has 3 middle-stage Tao-seeking realm cultivators and a dozen early-stage Tao-seeking realm cultivators. If I can't break through, even if I ignore the 3 sacred clans, I must take revenge. Senluo's eyes flickered. He wanted the heavenly bull sage to kill Ning Qi and send a mid-Tao-seeking realm cultivator back to the human race with him. Then, even if Taoist Ling Xiao and the others had doubts, they wouldn't dare to say it out loud. He would still be the #1 expert of the human race. But now, the heavenly bull sage didn't intend to take revenge? Great sage, you've already broken through and seen the immortal palace. Even if you kill this kid, the 3 sacred clans will turn a blind eye, right? Sun Luo asked suspiciously. Back then, I also thought the same as Brother Sun Luo. But when I really broke through the immortal palace's gate and saw the immortal palace, I finally understood how terrifying the 3 sacred clan masters' strength was. Any one of them could suppress me in a short period of time. If they knew that I had already seen the immortal palace, Brother Sun Luo, I would definitely be killed. What do you think they'll do? The heavenly bull great sage smiled. Sun Luo was shocked when he heard that. The 3 sacred clans had been suppressing the divine Luo mystic realm for many years. If there was another sacred clan, it would cause undercurrents to surge in the divine Luo mystic realm. In that case, the 3 sacred clans would probably find an excuse to suppress the Sky Bull Great Sage. If the Heavenly Bull Great Sage attacked the human race, wouldn't that be sending his weakness to the 3 holy clans? At that time, the 3 saint clans could bring up the matter of the Heavenly Bull tribe breaking the rules of the saint clan again. At that time, after suppressing the Heavenly Bull Great Sage, the 100 races of the divine Luo mystic realm would probably only clap their hands and cheer. The saints were in even greater awe. That's why, Brother Sun Luo, I need to cultivate in seclusion first. Only when I'm strong enough to fight against those 3 old geezers can I openly take action. The Heavenly Bull Great Sage said. Sigh, that's the only way. Let the great wilderness king be arrogant for a period of time. Sun Luo said with some pity. Brother Sun Luo, there's no need to be afraid. I heard that the great wilderness king has a spiritual beast that's at the intermediate stage of the Tao querying realm. Even the Golden Crow tribe's Valkyrie calls this spiritual beast a sage. Now that he has gained face from the Heavenly Bull tribe, the other foreign races are starting to fear him. However, the Heavenly Bull tribe's reputation is not that good. Take it? Even if I can't take action, I can write a letter for you to bring to the Sword Sage tribe and ask the old Sword Sage to take action. We can kill this kid secretly without anyone knowing. The Heavenly Bull Great Sage smiled. The Sword Sage tribe? Sun Luo was shocked. He looked at the Heavenly Bull Great Sage in surprise. He did not know that the Heavenly Bull Great Sage had such a relationship with the Sword Sage tribe. He just needed to write a letter to ask the old Sword Sage to take action? On the 100 Races leaderboard, the Sword Sage tribe was ranked 13th, 4 ranks higher than the Heavenly Bull tribe. Below them, their strength was about the same. However, the old Sword Sage's strength was too terrifying. It was said that he had already cultivated the essence of the Sword Sage tribe. Sooner or later, he would break the door of the Lock Palace and see the Immortal Palace. Great Sage, you and the old Sword Sage, Sun Luo looked at the Heavenly Bull Great Sage carefully. We're on good terms. It's possible to ask him to take action once. The Heavenly Bull Great Sage smiled. After a pause, he changed the topic. However, it's too much of a waste to use such a relationship on the great wilderness king. How about this? You go to the Ghost Shadow tribe first. They are good at assassination. A few Dao querying realm middle stage will be enough to take care of this kid. What? The great sage is on good terms with the Ghost Shadow tribe? Sen Luo's face was filled with shock. The Ghost Shadow tribe's ranking was not high, only in the 30s. There were no late-stage Dao querying realm cultivators in the tribe. However, because they were secretive, no one knew where the Ghost Shadow tribe lived or which place was their territory. Moreover, the Ghost Shadow tribe was good at assassination. Other than those large tribes with late-stage Dao querying realm cultivators, the remaining tribes were wary of the Ghost Shadow tribe. We're on good terms. We're on good terms. Take this jade scroll. Head here. The Heavenly Bull Great Sage whispered mysteriously. The shock on Sen Luo's face grew. After he turned and left the forbidden ground, the Heavenly Bull Great Sage looked at Sen Luo's back mockingly. He chuckled coldly. He was already unhappy with Sen Luo's shouting. This time, he was going to show off his skills. Everyone thought that the Heavenly Bull Great Sage was uncouth. However, he had worked with dozens of middle-stage Dao querying realm cultivators to kill a late-stage Dao querying realm cultivator. How could he be simple? Saint Virtue Dynasty, Imperial Capital. Sen Luo disguised himself and went to the Imperial Capital alone. He found a simple and unadorned house in the northern suburbs. The moment he walked into the house, he suddenly felt his hair stand on end. It was as if a terrifying gaze was staring at him. I was sent by the Heavenly Bull Great Sage. Sen Luo immediately whispered. Very quickly, the goosebumps disappeared. Only a butler, who looked like he was dying of old age, walked to Sen Luo with a few servants. Do you have a shadow token? Chapter 3201. It is indeed my tribe's shadow token. Who do you want to kill? The old butler put away the token and looked at Sen Luo indifferently. His eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of mockery. The dignified master of the Sen Luo sacred ground holds the shadow token of the celestial bull saint. Haha, you recognize me? Sen Luo subconsciously took a step back, his eyes filled with shock. He had already disguised himself. Even if Taoist Ling Xiao and monk Wu Chan were here, they would not be able to recognize him in such a short time. But the other party had recognized his true identity immediately? In terms of disguise, my Ghost Shadow tribe is the pioneer. The old butler smiled ambiguously. I am showing off in front of an expert. Sen Luo laughed awkwardly. He then looked left and right. Is this place safe? Of course it is. The old butler nodded plainly. If I want to kill a mid-stage Dao querying realm, can your Ghost Shadow tribe complete the mission? Sen Luo asked again. Our Ghost Shadow tribe has killed late-stage Dao querying realm cultivators before, much less mid-stage Dao querying realm cultivators. The old butler was amused, but the expressions of the servants behind him didn't change from beginning to end. They only glanced at Senro, and their eyes were like those of a corpse. They were turbid and lightless, but they carried a thick aura of death. Killed late-stage Dao querying realm cultivators before? Sen Luo was shocked. Suddenly, it was as if a bolt of lightning flashed through his mind. He remembered the battle that great sage Celestial Bull had once presided over. It was a battle that people still talked about enthusiastically. Dozens of middle-stage Dao querying realm cultivators had trapped and killed a late-stage Dao querying realm cultivator. Could the Ghost Shadow tribe have participated in that battle? Before Sen Luo could figure it out, the old butler spoke. Please tell us your name. We will act quickly to repay Great Sage Sky Bull's favor. Great Wilderness King Ning Beixian, Sen Luo said directly. He looked into the old butler's eyes. He wanted to see how he would react when he heard the words Great Wilderness King. In the end, the old butler only grunted softly. We will hand over the head here in a month. Great. Then I wish you all success. Sun Luo smiled and nodded. He turned and left. He was relieved. The old butler's expression clearly showed that he did not care about Ningqi. Great wilderness. There were 6 figures standing in front of Ningqi, including Jiang Buxu. The rest were Taoist Ling Xiao, monk Wu Chan, Xing De, Wang Chao, and the elites sent by the British Duke. Wang Chao stood beside Ningqi and glanced at the 6 of them. His gaze lingered on Jiang Buxu for a few breaths before he turned to Ningqi and smiled. Brother Ning, the demon race has given you 10 quotas. There are only 6 people here. Who do you intend to give the remaining 4 quotas to? Jiang Buxu and the rest pricked up their ears as they were curious about the identity of the remaining 4 teammates. No hurry, no hurry. You'll know soon enough. Ningqi laughed. Just as he finished speaking, Lin Longhu suddenly broke through the air and arrived. Behind him were a few early-stage Dao querying realm cultivators. They were all leaders of other dynasties and sections. Great desolate king, this is what you wanted. Are you satisfied with it? After Lin Longhu landed, he immediately bowed respectfully and handed Ningqi a universe ring. Lin Yuqing hid half of her body behind Lin Longhu and did not dare to look at Ningqi. She was a little nervous. If it wasn't for the fact that the Xiantai sect did not have any other prodigies besides him, Lin Longhu would have died. He would not have brought Lin Yuqing here. The other Dao querying realm cultivators also handed Ningqi a universe ring like Lin Longhu. Wang Chao was instantly curious and asked a Dao querying realm cultivator secretly, Senior Black Dragon, what's in the universe ring? Sacred Lord Black Dragon was the leader of the Black Dragon dynasty and was even stronger than Saint Virtue. Normally, he would not care about a mere ancient transformation realm cultivator like Wang Chao. However, everyone knew that Wang Chao and Ningqi were good friends. Sacred Lord Black Dragon did not dare to be disrespectful. He only sent a voice transmission with a strange expression, it's just some ornamental stones. They are useless. He did not believe what he said. If they were really useless, why would Ningqi secretly send them a voice transmission when they left last time and ask them to collect these stones to exchange for quotas? Moreover, both the Black Dragon dynasty and the Xiantai sect were very close to the Galaxy Mountain range. This was definitely not a coincidence. Therefore, Sacred Lord Black Dragon carefully studied those useless stones for a few days. However, he could not find any use for them. Ornamental stones? The first thing that came to Wang Chao's mind was the Star Soul stones. He had already determined that these Star Soul stones would definitely be very useful to Ningqi. However, only Ningqi knew exactly what they were used for. While Ningqi was inspecting these universe rings, Lin Longhu and the others looked at Ningqi uneasily. After a while, Ningqi smiled and nodded. Not bad. You can keep them here. Really? Lin Longhu's heart skipped a beat. Then, he could not contain his joy and thanked Ningqi with cupped hands. If the other sects and dynasties found out that they had used these useless stones to exchange for a quota, they would definitely be shocked. Although Lin Longhu and the others did not collect as many Star Soul stones as Ningqi did in the Galaxy Mountain range, they could at least refine 15 Star Soul essences. This was equivalent to 15 early-stage Dao Querying Realm cultivators, or 1 mid-stage Dao Querying Realm and 4 early-stage Dao Querying Realm cultivators. Back when Wang Chao had said that many mortals would risk their lives to come to the Star River mountain range to pick up those Star Soul stones, Ningqi had firmly remembered this point. That was why he had secretly sent a voice transmission to Lin Longhu and the others, asking them to find Star Soul stones to exchange for a spot. Because there were not many quotas, Ningqi was too lazy to bother. He also did not want the matter of the Star Soul stones to spread, in case it would be difficult to collect them in the future. Therefore, he had chosen Xiantai sect and a few other sects that were close to the Galaxy Mountain range. Yuqing, you will follow the Great Wilderness Queen in the future. Be obedient and don't be rude. Do you understand? Lin Longhu said to Lin Yuqing sternly. Disciple understands. Lin Yuqing hurriedly bowed. However, she felt a tinge of bitterness in her heart. The other Dao querying realm cultivators also briefed the juniors they had brought with them before leaving with Lin Longhu. The great wilderness queen likes those stones. I can think of a way to collect more when I return. The few Dao querying realm early-stage cultivators exchanged glances before looking away. Unlike Lin Yuqing, the other three Emperor Realm geniuses were extremely excited to be able to follow Ning Qi to the three sacred clans. They quickly walked to Ning Qi and knelt before standing beside Jiang Buxu and the others. Seeing this, Lin Yuqing could only kneel before Ning Qi and bow before lowering her head. She stood to the side. With the Star Soul Stones, I'm only lacking merit points. Ning Qi's lips curled up slightly. 500,000 merit points could be used to condense a Star Soul essence. To Ning Qi, he could just kill some idiots on the way to the three sacred clans and collect it. It's a pity that I don't know when I will be able to collect another 5 billion merit points. Ning Qi sighed in his heart before sweeping his gaze across. Since everyone is here, let's set off. Chapter 3202. From the great wilderness to the three sacred clans, they had to pass through the territories of more than 70 races. However, Jinwu Zhiga had left a jade token with only one word on it: demon. By hanging the jade token on the ferry boat, no races would dare to harass them along the way. This meant that this team was going to the three sacred lands to participate in the sacred war. Anyone who dared to harass them would be breaking the rules of the three sacred clans, just like the Sky Bull race. At the same time, because the human race had been in the limelight recently, they were ranked around 50 on the 100 races list. Ordinary races were afraid that the human race would find trouble with them. After all, which race had more or less bullied the human race in the past? On the ferry boat, Wang Chao was in high spirit. He stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the fearful gazes of the races along the way. He was very pleased. As Ning Qi was only an immortal lord, he could be on equal footing with a Dao querying intermediate realm cultivator with the help of the Fire Qilin. However, with his cultivation, he couldn't teach Jiang Buxu and the rest. Therefore, he brought Wang Chao along. Although Ning Qi was the leader in name, he didn't care about anything. He let Wang Chao worry about it. Great Wilderness Queen. The prodigies on the deck were looking at the surrounding scenery curiously. The foreign races' buildings were very different from the human races. It was a different feeling the first time they saw it. Seeing Ning Qi walk out, they hurriedly bowed with respect in their eyes. Only Lin Yuqing was unwilling, but she didn't dare to show it on the surface. If they were to follow Ning Qi and Wang Chao to the three sacred clans, they might just kill him and throw him somewhere. Even the Xiantai sect wouldn't be able to find an excuse. You guys rarely went out? Ning Qi smiled. Jiang Buxu took a step forward and said shyly, Great Wilderness Queen, the furthest we went was the few foreign races near the human race. If we went any further, we probably wouldn't be able to come back with our cultivation. Master often warned us that in the God Luo mystic realm, only Dao querying beginner realm cultivators can go further. Even ancient transformation cultivators will encounter danger if they go further. He's right. Actually, this is also my first time going so far. Haha. Wang Chao walked over and nodded with a smile. If not for the demon race's token, we probably wouldn't have been able to go this far. The Emperor Realm prodigy sent by the British Duke sighed. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt that the gazes of the people around him weren't right, and he immediately reacted to it and hurriedly said, Of course, with the great desolate queen here, we have nothing to fear no matter which xenorace comes to cause trouble. Jade token. Ning Qi nodded thoughtfully, then smiled at Wang Chao and said, Brother Wang, take off the token. Wang Chao was slightly startled. Brother Ning, if we take off this command token, I'm afraid that some of the foreign clans might come looking for trouble with us. I was just worried that no one would come looking for trouble. Ning Qi smiled. Wang Chao suddenly felt that Ning Qi was somewhat mysterious. Although he didn't know what Ning Qi was planning, he still obediently took off the jade tablet. The next day, an immortal boat made from the bones of an unknown giant monster tore through the air and quickly caught up with Ning Qi's immortal boat. This immortal boat was more than 10 times bigger than Wang Chao's. The difference between the two was like the difference between a 3-year-old child and an adult. A huge shadow covered the immortal boat that Ning Qi's immortal boat was on. The prodigies on the deck all looked up, their eyes flashing with eagerness. "They're here." Inside the cabin, the corner of Ning Qi's mouth rose slightly. He walked to the deck and stood next to Wang Chao, looking at the immortal boat made of white bones. "Brother Ning, this is a celestial boat made from the corpses of the hill race. 500 years ago, I heard that the hill race had a fierce battle with the scarab race, and many hill giants died. Judging from the cold air that this celestial boat emits, it must have been at least in the ancient transformation realm when it was alive." Wang Chao smiled at Ning Qi. "Why do you think they came looking for us?" Ning Qi smiled. "When the scarab race crossed the border, not even a blade of grass grew. Most of their cultivators are bandit. I'm afraid they think we're fat sheep," Wang Chao said. "If the other party thought so, then they probably wouldn't be able to return this time." "You guys are humans?" Dozens of figures flew out from the immortal boat and landed around Ning Qi's group. From the looks of it, they wanted to surround Ning Qi's group. The aura of the person who spoke was similar to Wang Chao. He was in existence in the ancient transformation realm, and the rest were existences in the Emperor realm. "So this is what the scarab race looks like. They look like beetles." Ning Qi sized them up with a smile in his eyes. Although this group of cultivators was wearing clothes, their exposed skin was covered by a black carapace. Even their faces looked like insects. However, their eyes shone with intelligence, which proved that they were a race with intelligence. "We are indeed humans. What business do you have?" Wang Chao smiled. "Ah." He asked us what business we have? The ancient transformation realm cultivator of the scarab race couldn't help but laugh, and his mouth kept opening and closing. There were a few female cultivators in the Emperor realm behind Ning Qi. When they saw this, they felt disgusted. The scarab race was very far from the human race. Therefore, apart from Wang Chao, Jiang Buxu and the others had never seen a sage before. "The scarab race. We are cultivators of the scarab race. Since you are humans, why don't you take the initiative to offer treasures, elixirs, and spiritual materials to buy your way?" The ancient transformation realm cultivator of the scarab race stopped laughing and went straight to the point. "You are actually planning to rob us?" Jiang Buxu and the others looked at each other in shock. Then, a smile appeared in their eyes. In the past, they would still be afraid of these foreign races. However, even the Sky Bull race had suffered at the hands of the great Wilderness King. Why would they be afraid of the scarab race if they followed Ning Qi? In the 100 races leaderboard, the scarab race was only ranked around 40. It couldn't compare to the Sky Bull race, which had the great sage of the Sky Bull race. "What if we don't take the initiative to offer?" Ning Qi smiled. The other party glanced at Ning Qi. Seeing that he was just an immortal lord, he immediately shouted, "Then only death awaits you." "I don't think so." Ning Qi smiled and shook his head. He took out the Elder Lord Pill Cauldron, and the fire Qilin leaped up. The aura of the Tao querying realm instantly spread in all directions. That is. Chapter 3203. You are the great wilderness queen of the human race? The voice of the ancient transformation realm scarab race being trembled slightly. He hadn't expected that he would run into this god of death while he was on a whim. "It's a misunderstanding." A loud voice rang out. Immediately after, dozens of figures appeared on the white bone immortal boat. The leader of the scarab race cultivators exuded the aura of the Tao-querying realm. Behind him were 6 ancient transformation realm cultivators and dozens of emperor realm cultivators. Such a force was comparable to a dynasty of the human race. The scarab race cultivator asked, looking at the fire Qilin in fear. He then smiled at Ningqi. You must be the great wilderness queen? It's an honor to meet you. My subordinates offended you just now. Please forgive them. I don't intend to forgive them. Ningqi smiled. The scarab race cultivator's eyes flashed with astonishment, as if he did not expect Ningqi to answer like this. In the past, when he encountered some tough people, as long as he did not completely offend them, the other party would usually take a step back. After all, the scarab race was extremely famous in the divine Luo mystic realm. To Ningqi, this group of scarab race cultivators were all merit points. An early-stage Tao-querying realm cultivator was worth 200 million because of the epic transformation realm. Then, 7 ancient transformation realm cultivators were worth 70 million. Tens of emperors and tens of millions of contribution points. In total, he had a total of 300 million contribution points, enough to condense 600 astral soul essences. Moreover, Ningqi could only condense 44 star soul stones at most, which was more than enough. He could save the rest, and when he had enough money in the future, he could directly buy 10 immortal palace pills. He did not believe that he would not be able to open the gates of the prison. Your Excellency must be joking. You should understand this principle, right? I heard that you have offended the heavenly bull race some time ago. If you offend my race again, I'm afraid. The scarab race cultivator chuckled and did not continue. The threat was unclear. Jiang Buxu and the other geniuses heard this, and a trace of worry flashed in their eyes. What the scarab race cultivators said made sense. The human race had just formed a death feud with the heavenly bull race. If they also formed a feud with the scarab race, the human race would not be able to handle it. Offend your race? This place is in the middle of nowhere. Who would know if I killed you bandits? Ningqi smiled. A moment later, the fire Qilin made a move. A terrifying flame shot out from its mouth. All the scarab race cultivators, including the scarab race Tao-querying realm cultivator, were burned to ashes in an instant. The fire Qilin seemed to be planning on burning down the white bone ferry boat as well. Suddenly, a cry for help came from inside. Help! There's someone inside. The scarab race basically never leaves anyone alive. How could there be a survivor this time? Should we silence them? Everyone's expression became strange. Originally, news of Ningqi killing the scarab race members would not leak out. There were no other cultivators in the surroundings. But now, there was actually a survivor on the white bone immortal boat. If they rescued the survivor and leaked what happened today, it would inevitably bring trouble to the human race. Brother Ning? Wang Chao looked at Ningqi with a hint of inquiry in his eyes. Wait a minute. Ningqi glanced at the fire Qilin. The fire Qilin nodded and sucked in all the flames on the white bone celestial boat back into its body. You can come out now. Ningqi looked at the white bone celestial boat and said calmly, Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I'm not a cultivator of the scarab tribe. I was kidnapped by them. I won't tell anyone about what happened today. A fat man walked out while trembling in fear. His cultivation level was only at the primordial unity genuine immortal realm. His skin was reddish-brown with black spots on it. There were 2 small red horns on his head. If one were to take a closer look, one could see that there was a long tail behind his, but that was as thick as his thigh. There seemed to be a needle at the end of his tail. This is a cultivator of the demon scorpion race. Wang Chao frowned. Why are you on this white bone celestial boat? Why did the scarab race kidnap a Tai true immortal like you? Ningqi asked calmly. Originally, this junior had come out with a good friend from my tribe, intending to travel around, but in the end we encountered this group of bandits. They killed my friend, imprisoned this junior, and interrogated me day and night, wanting to know where the treasure of my demon scorpion race is hidden. However, this junior's mouth was very tight. No matter how they interrogated me, this junior didn't reveal anything, the fatty said. After pausing for a moment, he revealed an expression of gratitude and said to Ning Qi, "Many thanks to the help of the great wilderness king and the various seniors, allowing this junior to escape from the clutches of these bandits. This junior will return to the clan and warn the elders that the scarab race has begun to covet our race's treasure." "That's strange. If you were imprisoned, why are you standing here and talking to me? This white-boned celestial boat should have belonged to that scarab. Since he is already dead, why is the celestial boat still floating in midair?" Ning Qi seemed to be talking to himself. When Wang Chao and the others heard this, they were slightly moved. Then, they looked at the fatty with a cold smile. The fatty stared at Ning Qi dumbfounded. He knew that this was his weakness, but the white-boned celestial boat had almost been burned to ashes by the other party. If he did not take the initiative to come out, he would have died. "You don't seem to have any injuries. You should be in cahoots with that scarab race." Furthermore, Ning Qi smiled, "Your words are 80% true and 20% false. With your cultivation, to be accepted by the scarab race, you probably sold out your race's treasure long ago." The shock in the fatty's eyes intensified. Finally, he stomped his feet and shot into the sky like a cannonball, shooting into the distance. With a slight thought, the immortal slaying bow, which he had not used for a long time, appeared in his hand. With a gentle pull, the immortal slaying bow was pulled into a full crescent. Accompanied by the sound of the bowstring vibrating, the fatty was shot into a bloody mist and dissipated into the air. When the fire Qilin saw this, it spat out a mouthful of flames, burning the white-boned celestial boat into ashes. No one would know that a scarab race member had died here. After that, Ning Qi planned to head to the top-grade cultivation training ground and condense all the remaining Star Soul stones into Star Soul essence. However, a large number of black spots suddenly appeared on the horizon. At first, everyone thought that it was a group of cultivators. However, after a few breaths, they realized that those black spots were actually celestial boat. There were about 100 of them, and on each celestial boat stood countless cultivators. This group of cultivators had reddish-brown skin, 2 horns on their heads, and a long tail behind their butts. Chapter 3204. When Wang Chao heard the Fire Qilin's words, he said in shock, "This seems to be the full strength of the demon scorpion race. They are migrating? Over 18 billion merit points?" This was Ning Qi's first reaction. But then he reacted. Perhaps the Fire Qilin alone was not enough to deal with this group of demon scorpion race cultivators. No matter how strong the Fire Qilin was, it could not go against 12 mid-stage Dao Querying Realm and 80 early-stage Dao Querying Realm cultivators. A few breaths later, hundreds of immortal boats stopped in front of Ning Qi's group. The cultivators on them sized them up coldly. "Human race. It should be the scarab race that stole our race's treasure. But the scarab race cultivator that I planted the soul-chasing technique on disappeared when he came here. He must have found out about your soul-chasing technique." The 12 Dao Querying Realm cultivators looked at each other. The immortal boats they were on were much larger than the white bone immortal boat. Jiang Buxu and the other elites looked at the scene in front of them with fear in their hearts. They had never seen such a grand scene before. Usually, it would be good enough to see a Dao Querying Realm cultivator. However, there were nearly 100 Dao Querying Realm cultivators on the 100 ferry boat. The rest were Ancient Transformation Realm cultivators and Emperor Realm cultivators. The rest were at the Ancient Transformation Realm and Emperor Realm, and there were countless of them. "If this group of demon scorpion race is against us, I'm afraid the great wilderness monarch can only protect herself at most," Lin Youqing's expression turned ugly. She thought to herself that Ning Qi was making trouble out of nothing. If he had the jade token given to him by the demon race, the scarab race would not have dared to come to them, and this would not have happened. You are from the human race? A mid-stage Dao querying demon scorpion swept a glance at Ning Qi and the rest. His gaze lingered on the fire Qilin for a few breaths of time. A hint of suspicion seemed to flash in his eyes. However, the fire Qilin's aura was comparable to Huagu's. It should be its innate divine power. It should be his innate mystique. Yes, Ning Qi said slowly. Ancient transformation beside you didn't say anything. Are you the leader of this group of humans? The mid-stage Dao querying realm demon scorpion looked at Ning Qi and frowned. Don't waste your breath on them. Let me ask you, have you seen a group of scarab race members pass by? A mid-stage Dao querying demon scorpion said impatiently. Yes, he went in that direction. Ning Qi pointed in a direction. There? The 12 middle-stage Dao querying demon scorpion demons exchanged glances, as though they did not quite believe Ning Qi's words. A few breaths later, they split into half and chased in the direction that Ning Qi had pointed. In an instant, there were only 6 middle-stage Dao querying demon scorpion demons left in front of Ning Qi. The remaining 6 demon scorpions at the mid-stage Dao querying realm stared coldly at Ning Qi. One of them said, "If you dare to lie, you will die here today." "I wouldn't dare." Ning Qi smiled and cupped his hands. At this moment, a trace of hesitation appeared in Lin Youqing's eyes. "Let me ask you again. Among the scarab cultivators you saw, was there a primordial unity demon scorpion?" When he asked this question, all the cultivators of the demon scorpion race stared at Ning Qi, observing his expression. "I think so." Ning Qi nodded solemnly. Then, he asked curiously, could that demon scorpion race cultivator have been kidnapped by the scarab race? "You just need to answer. How dare you try to trick us?" A mid-stage Dao querying demon scorpion cultivator scolded. Ning Qi's expression did not change, but he was already suspecting that the fat demon scorpion cultivator he had just killed might have some kind of treasure on him. Otherwise, how could a mere primordial unity cultivator cause such a commotion among the demon scorpion race, to the point of using the entire race to hunt him down? I remember that the scarab race seemed to have split into 2 teams. One of them headed in that direction? Wang Chao suddenly spoke with a hesitant expression. "What? Why didn't you say so earlier?" The demon scorpion race shouted again. Then, another 3 mid-stage Dao querying realm cultivators led a dozen or so immortal boats in the direction Wang Chao had pointed. They did not have the time to suspect whether Wang Chao was lying or not. As long as there was a clue, they would investigate it. Otherwise, if that treasure was lost, the entire demon scorpion race would face a calamity. "Is there anything else you haven't told us? As long as you can help me find the scarab race and that demon scorpion cultivator, I will give him a chance to advance to the Dao querying realm." On the side of the demon scorpion race, the remaining 3 mid-stage Dao querying realm cultivators looked at each other. One of them looked coldly at Ning Qi, Wang Chao, and the others. A chance to advance to the Dao querying realm? This sentence shocked Jiang Buxu and the other prodigies. Even Wang Chao was slightly surprised. He subconsciously said, "The Dao querying realm is achieved through hard work. How can it be given just like that?" Just as he finished speaking, a figure suddenly flew into the sky and appeared on the immortal boats of the demon scorpion race in the blink of an eye. What is Lin Youqing doing? Is he planning to tell on us? This despicable person. Jiang Buxu and the other prodigies all looked at Lin Youqing in shock. Wang Chao cursed in his heart. He was already prepared for battle. "I know where the scarab race cultivators are. I also know the whereabouts of the demon scorpion cultivator that seniors are looking for. May I ask if what seniors said is true?" Can they really help me break through to the Tao querying realm? Lin Yuqing had a look of anticipation. Sigh, even if they can, I'm afraid they won't be able to help you. Ning Qi sighed. Great wilderness monarch, with so many seniors here today, you might not even be able to protect yourself. Can you stop trying to be mysterious? Lin Yuqing smiled at Ning Qi. Her eyes were filled with relief. Ning Qi had lied to the demon scorpion race today. His ending was already decided. What? You know the whereabouts of the scarab race? Then he was lying to us just now? The three mid-stage Tao querying realm cultivators of the demon scorpion race glared at Ning Qi and the others. Then, their gazes landed on Lin Yuqing. They said sternly, "Tell us everything you know." Yes, that group of scarab race. Lin Yuqing hurriedly nodded. The pressure of being stared at by three mid-stage Tao querying realm and dozens of early-stage Tao querying realm cultivators was unbearable. She didn't dare to ask anything and could only take a gamble. However, before Lin Yuqing could finish his sentence, he felt a scorching aura engulfing the sky and earth. He turned around in shock and saw that the fire Qilin had appeared behind him at some point in time. Chapter 3205. Although Wang Chao had seen what the fire Qilin was capable of, the fire Qilin only had one opponent back at the Sky Bull tribe. But just now, the fire Qilin had used the terrifying flames on its body to purify that group of demon scorpions in an instant. Dozens of Tao querying cultivators did not even have a chance to retaliate. The system notifications kept ringing. Ning Qi watched as his merit points skyrocketed. In just a few breaths of time, his merit points had exceeded the 5 billion mark. He had rejoined the 5 billion club. Jiang Buxu and the other paragons stared at the fire Qilin in shock. Although they were all on Ning Qi's side, they still felt a tinge of fear. The Tao querying cultivator, who was at the top of the food chain in this world, had been killed so easily by the fire Qilin's flame breath? Isn't the great wilderness queen's spiritual beast at the intermediate stage of the Tao querying realm? How did it kill three beings of the same cultivation level? Why did so many early-stage Tao querying cultivators die? Jiang Buxu's mind was in turmoil. It could be said that the highly ranked demon scorpion race had lost a quarter of their combat power. Burp, the fire Qilin burped gracefully and walked slowly back to Ning Qi's side. As for the terrified Lin Yuqing, she did not bother to attack. Great wilderness queen, I was wrong. Lin Yuqing suddenly burst into tears and snot. She knelt on the ground pathetically and kowtowed to Ning Qi to beg for mercy. Originally, Jiang Buxu and the rest were going to the three sacred tribes to participate in the Sacred Tribes Prodigy Tournament and had formed a relationship with Lin Yuqing. But now, they were looking at Lin Yuqing with disdain and mockery. Lin Yuqing's actions had already exceeded the limits of what the average person could tolerate. It was fine if she sold out ordinary humans, but she actually sold out the great desolate monarch and her teammates who were going to the three saint races to participate in the saint races Pride of Heaven battle. This was the epitome of treachery and treachery. Didn't you say that the great wilderness queen was deliberately mystifying things? Wang Chao sneered. I was the one who lost my mind. Great desolation monarch, please spare me this time for the sake of my master. I'm willing to accept any punishment as long as you spare my lowly life. Lin Yuqing's eyes were filled with fear. Only when one was on the brink of death would one realize how deep one's fear of death was. A team has returned with three mid-stage Tao querying realm cultivators. The fire Qilin suddenly transmitted its voice. Ning Qi smiled and nodded at Lin Yuqing. Stand here and don't move. Saying this, he waved his hand and immediately set up a forbidden technique to conceal everyone's whereabouts, apart from Lin Yuqing. This method was very crude. As long as someone looked carefully, they would be able to discover it. However, The demon scorpion race cultivators who had been fooled by Ning Qi and Wang Chao might not be able to discover it immediately. When they returned, they saw that their fellow race members had all disappeared. Only Lin Yuqing was standing with them. On the immortal boat, the expression on the face changed. "What about our people? Why are you here alone? How did this immortal boat end up in your hands?" The demon scorpion race's mid-stage Dao querying realm opened his mouth and immediately asked a few questions. Lin Yuqing's eyes were filled with fear. At this moment, the group of demon scorpion race members also sensed that something was wrong. By the time they reacted, they were already in a sea of fire. This time, all the demon scorpion race cultivators, including Lin Yuqing, were burned to ashes. Wang Chao and the rest looked at the fire Qilin in amazement and had this thought. Invincible among those of the same cultivation level. Doesn't this mean that only those races with late-stage Dao querying realm cultivators are stronger than the human race? The rest are no match for the human race? Jiang Buxu and the other elites had the same thought. At this thought, they could not help but reveal a look of excitement. The human race had been in an awkward position of not being able to enter the 100 races ranking. Because of Ning Qi's appearance, they were now challenging those races with late-stage Dao querying realm cultivators. In a short period of time, they had risen from the abyss to the clouds. If news of this battle were to spread, the human race was afraid that no matter where they went, they would be greatly affected. Most of the foreign races would have to treat them with caution. 10 billion merit points. Ning Qi's eyes flashed with joy. Then with a thought, his figure appeared near the fat demon scorpion cultivator that he had shot dead before. In just a few breaths of time, he found a suspicious item. It was a box that seemed to be made of bronze. Ning Qi hesitated for a moment and wanted to open it to see what was inside. What could make the demon scorpion race go to such lengths? But he realized that even with his large physical body, he could not open it at all. "The other team has returned." The fire Qilin's voice sounded again. Ning Qi immediately kept the bronze box into his spatial bag. Then, he brought everyone back to Wang Chao's ferry boat and waited quietly. "Brother Ning, are you thinking of?" Wang Chao seemed to have sensed Ning Qi's thoughts and instantly gasped. "How is the reputation of the demon scorpion race?" Ning Qi smiled. "Very bad, very bad. Their hands are stained with the blood of the foreign races. Just 300 years ago, a first-rate human race force was annihilated by the demon scorpion race," Wang Chao said. At this point, a hint of hesitation flashed in Wang Chao's eyes. "If we wipe out the demon scorpion race today and the news spreads, I'm afraid many foreign races will come to condemn us. It's hard to say for the 3 sacred clans. How can we wipe them all out? It's just a group of higher-ups missing. Aren't the ordinary demon scorpion race living as usual?" Ning Qi smiled. "You mean? Haha, I understand." The trace of hesitation in Wang Chao's eyes instantly disappeared. What Ning Qi was doing now was not a shady business of exterminating an entire clan. As long as he did not make a move against the ordinary demon scorpion race, it would take a long time for the 3 sacred clans to react. Not long after, the demon scorpion race army that Ning Qi had tricked to the north flew back. At the front stood 6 Dao-seeking realm demon scorpion race cultivators. They looked at Ning Qi and the others with eyes full of anger. But when they realized that there was no trace of their race beside Ning Qi, a hint of doubt appeared in their eyes. They were confused. "How dare you lie to us? There is no trace of the scarab race in that direction," one of the Dao-seeking realm demon scorpion race cultivators shouted. Chapter 3206. Nonsense. The 6 demon scorpion cultivators at the mid-stage Dao querying realm shouted in unison. One of them glared at Ning Qi, his aura fluctuating as though he could attack at any moment. "That scarab race only has one early-stage Dao querying realm cultivator. How can he fight against the cultivators of our race? Jiang Buxu and the others felt their hearts skip a beat. If Ningqi had not been standing in front of them, giving them a sense of security, they would have revealed their weakness. Since the other party did not believe them, what should they do next? If you don't believe me, then there's nothing I can do. I see that they are fighting over a bronze box. Moreover, the scarab race does not only have one early-stage Tao-seeking realm cultivator. There are quite a few cultivators with auras comparable to you seniors, Ningqi said with a smile. Bronze box? The eyes of the demon scorpion race's Tao-seeking realm cultivators flashed with excitement. Seeing this, Ningqi could already conclude that the bronze box was the treasure of the demon scorpion race. However, he did not know what material it was made of or what array formation was set up. Even his strength could not open it. Leave one person behind to watch them. If they lie again, kill them without mercy. All right, I'll stay. Hold on, I haven't finished speaking. The scarab race has split into two teams. One of them is heading in that direction. Ningqi pointed in another direction. Are they trying to confuse us? The demon scorpion cultivators glanced at each other, feeling somewhat angry. From their point of view, Ningqi's words were quite reasonable. The scarab race's goal of splitting into two teams was probably to make it impossible to guess which side had the bronze box. In the end, the demon scorpion race only had one early-stage Tao-seeking realm cultivator left. The rest split into two teams and chased in the two directions Ningqi had pointed out. When everyone saw this, they already guessed the fate of the demon scorpion race. They looked at Ningqi with a trace of admiration. Do it. Ningqi smiled. Do it? Do what? The early-stage Tao-seeking realm demon scorpion was slightly stunned. Before he could react, a flame was spat on his body. The early-stage Tao-seeking realm demon scorpion was burned to ashes without a chance to react. After that, the fire Qilin flew towards the south. Not long after, she flew back and continued to fly towards the east. After a cup of tea's worth of time, the fire Qilin returned. Senior Fire Qilin, those demon scorpions are all dead? Wang Chao asked respectfully. Yes, they're all dead. The fire Qilin nodded. She burped again and jumped back to the Laojun pill furnace. She sent a voice transmission to Ningqi. I've obtained a lot of pure power this time. I should sleep for a while. I might be able to break through to the late stage of the Tao querying realm. If there's nothing important, don't interrupt me. All our efforts will go to waste. Another breakthrough? Ningqi was startled. Then, a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. Go to sleep. How long will it take? Maybe 100 years, maybe 1,000 years. All right, I won't interrupt you unless it's a matter of life and death. Ningqi nodded. After the fire Qilin returned to the Laojun pill furnace, Ningqi kept the Laojun pill furnace. During this period of time, the fire Qilin had devoured more than 20 Tao querying realm cultivators. There were countless Tao querying realm cultivators in the early stage. It would be weird if she still didn't break through. I wonder if all Qilins can increase their cultivation level by devouring others. If that's the case, it's only natural that the Qilin race is known as the Lord of the Demon race in the Shunluo realm. Ningqi thought to himself. Since the matter was over, the ferry boat set off again. However, this time, Ningqi asked Wang Chao to hang up the token given by the demon race. This way, they wouldn't be disturbed by any foreign races. Brother Ning, you disintegrated the demon scorpion race with just a few words. Such a huge race will probably fall out of the 100 races leaderboard in the future. It's really admirable. Wang Chao cupped his hands at Ningqi. Jiang Buxu and the other 9 Sky Prides looked at Ningqi with admiration and respect. They had all become Ningqi's fans. Until now, they were still very excited. After all, they had personally witnessed a huge race being disintegrated by Ningqi. Such a thing was rarely seen in the Shunluo mystic realm for tens of thousands of years. We just had the advantage of the right time, the right place, and the right people. If they weren't anxious for the supreme treasure of their race, they wouldn't have believed our words so easily. They would have definitely considered it carefully. That way, it would be easier for them to see through the flaws. The onlooker sees more clearly than the person involved. Ning-Chi smiled. I'll go into seclusion for a period of time. With the jade token, there shouldn't be anyone blocking our way. Brother Ning, please. Wang Chao nodded. After Ning-Chi went to the cabin, he nodded thoughtfully. This time, the upper echelons of the demon scorpion race were all annihilated. Apart from the fire Qilin, who was invincible in the same cultivation level, a large part of the reason was that the other party didn't take Ning-Chi seriously at all. This was arrogance. Secondly, because of the supreme treasure of their race, they were anxious and couldn't calmly analyze the clues they obtained. In the cabin, Ning-Chi sat cross-legged. At this moment, the merit points on his attribute panel had broken through the 18 billion mark and reached 18.9 billion. These were all the contribution points of the 90 demon scorpion race Dao-seeking cultivators and the scarab race Dao-seeking cultivators. He could even exchange for 3 immortal palace pills. However, Ning-Chi didn't plan on exchanging them now. He would exchange them now. Last time, 1 immortal palace pill wasn't enough to open the gate to the prison of suppression. 3 pills might be a little difficult. Only by swallowing 10 pills together would there be a slight chance. Ning-Chi didn't want to waste his merit points. Just a little more, and I can exchange for 4 immortal palace pills. I've earned so many merit points in one go. If I do this a few more times, I might be able to save up 20 immortal palace pills and break through the gate to the prison of suppression in one go. Ning-Chi smiled. His figure moved slightly, and he arrived in the creation domain. He brought the Dubhe Divine Armament Dragon and the other puppets to the top cultivation training ground. Master. The Dubhe Divine Armament Dragon bowed respectfully before Ning-Chi. Compared to him, the other 11 puppets seemed very dull. Seeing that you're the first puppet that has a life of its own, I'll bestow you an opportunity later. Ning-Chi said with a smile. Many thanks, Master. The Dubhe Divine Armament Dragon was a little excited. System, condense all my Star Soul Stones into Star Soul Essence. Ning-Chi's heart stirred as he said. The host's Star Soul Stones will condense 50 Star Soul Essences. 25 million merit points will be deducted. Does the host wish to continue? 50 Star Soul Essences? Ning-Chi was slightly taken aback. A hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. This was a pleasant surprise. Previously, he thought that he could condense about 44 Star Soul Stones at most. He didn't expect that there would be 6 more. Chapter 3207. The system's speed of condensation was very fast. Ning-Chi had no idea how it did it. He thought to himself that if he had the chance, he would see if he could learn this technique. Otherwise, the system would take a cut when he needed to condense Star Soul Essence in the future. No matter how small a mosquito's meat was, it was still meat. After the merit points were deducted, in less than 3 breaths of time, the mountain of Star Soul Stones in his spatial bag had turned into Star Soul Essence. There was a total of 50. Good fellow! Ning-Chi suppressed the ecstasy in his heart. He took out 10 and threw them to the Dubhe Divine Armament Dragon. Opportunity, take it. The Dubhe Divine Armament Dragon was slightly taken aback. After that, a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. He resisted the urge and bowed to Ning-Chi to thank him. Then, he swallowed all 10 Star Soul Essence in one gulp. Instantly, the Dubhe Divine Armament Dragon was once again enveloped by a faint white light. The entire process lasted for about 3 to 5 days. As the white light gradually faded, Ning-Chi realized that the flesh of the Dubhe Divine Armament Dragon was even more plump. The parts of its body of steel were even brighter. Both in terms of hardness and strength, they had probably increased by many times. On the whole, it looked even more majestic. Oh, its length seemed to have increased slightly as well. Master, I have already broken through the bottleneck. If I have another 100 star soul essence, I can break through again. The Dubhi Divine Armament Dragon's voice was like rolling thunder. 100? Let's talk about it later. Ningqi smiled. He looked at the attributes of the Dubhi Divine Armament Dragon. There was indeed a change in its cultivation level. It was already at the middle stage of the Tao Querying Realm. Other than the Fire Qilin, Ningqi once again had a middle stage Tao Querying Realm subordinate. At this time, he still had 40 star soul essence. Yes, Master. The Dubhi Divine Armament Dragon nodded. He was intelligent and knew that star soul essence was extremely rare. It was not so easy to obtain. From the time he gained life to now breaking through the bottleneck, only a short period of time had passed. He believed that before long, Ningqi would definitely have 100 star soul essence for him to consume. With regards to this, the Dubhi Divine Armament Dragon was filled with confidence. Ningqi took out another 11 astral soul essences. At this moment, the eyes of the mighty Miracle Divine General and the other puppets flashed with a trace of intelligence. They subconsciously walked in front of Ningqi, staring dumbfoundedly at the 11 astral soul essences floating above his palm. Ningqi smiled and flicked his finger, causing the 11 astral soul essences to accurately fly into their mouths. Very soon, the mighty Miracle Divine General, Ink Guard, and Blood Thorn were all shrouded in a hazy white light. Several days later, the white light on their bodies gradually faded away. Just like the Dubhi Divine Armament Dragon, the three puppets had more flesh and blood on their bodies, becoming half machine and half flesh. Thank you, Master, for giving us life. The mighty Miracle Divine General's voice was even louder than the Dubhi Divine Armament Dragon's, and even the ground would tremble. However, Mo Wei and Blood Thorn's voices were much better. The former's voice was deep and heavy, while the latter's was lively and pleasant to the ear. If one did not take off their clothes, one would not be able to tell that they were puppets. Are all of you alive now? Ningqi smiled. Upon hearing this, the mighty Miracle Divine General and the other puppets opened their mouths, and an astral soul essence instantly flew out. Ningqi scanned it with his divine will and realized that the connection between the astral soul essence and them was similar to the connection between the soul and the body. Ningqi smiled and nodded. Only then did they keep the astral soul essence. After that, the mighty Miracle Divine General raised his head and glanced at the Dubhi Divine Armament Dragon. The Dubhi Divine Armament Dragon happened to be looking down at the mighty Miracle Divine General as well. Their gazes collided in midair, and the sound of lightning colliding could be heard. As for the 5 Ink Guards and Blood Thorn, they did not even look at the Dubhi Divine Armament Dragon. They silently looked at Ningqi with a hint of respect in their eyes. There are still 29 astral soul essences. Ningqi thought about it, took out 10, and threw them to the mighty Miracle Divine General. Boom! The mighty Miracle Divine General knelt on one knee and bowed to Ningqi. Only then did he throw the astral soul essences into his mouth. Seeing this, a trace of disdain flashed in the Dubhi Divine Armament Dragon's eyes. It was as though it was telling the other party that even if the other party had reached the middle stage of the Tao Querying Realm, his qualifications were still lower than it. When the Ink Guards and Blood Thorn saw this, their eyes flickered again. They were filled with envy. A few days later, the mighty Miracle Divine General also successfully advanced to the middle stage of the Tao Querying Realm. The aura on his body was no weaker than the Dubhi Divine Armament Dragon. He took a look at the Dubhi Divine Armament Dragon, after which he bowed to Ningqi again. Thank you, Master, for your reward. Can you shrink your bodies? Ningqi's heart stirred as he asked. Yes. The Dubhi Divine Armament Dragon immediately nodded his head. His body continued to shrink, and in the end, his body that was hundreds of miles long became only 3 zhang tall. He had shrunk countless times, and the mighty miracle divine general also became a muscular man that was about 2 zhang tall. Not bad. Ning Qi smiled and nodded his head. In this way, the two of them would not be so conspicuous by his side. After which, he looked at the 5 ink guards and blood thorn. I still have 19 astral soul essences. No matter which side I give them to, it will seem too unfair. So, you guys can wait for a period of time. Ning Qi smiled. Although the ink guards and blood thorn were a little disappointed, Ning Qi's words were a mandate that they could not defy. They would obey unconditionally. After which, Ning Qi headed to the dragon-slaying Mall's Merit Tower, intending to exchange for some spiritual materials to refine puppets. In the end, when he entered, the 5 billion club appeared again. Oh, seems like if I don't spend my merit points below 5 billion, I won't be able to exchange for those spiritual materials. Ning Qi looked at the rainbow gravel path thoughtfully. After which, he walked to the end and saw the 5 billion club again. This time, he exchanged for 3 immortal palace elixirs, leaving him with only 9 billion merit points. He left the 5 billion club and entered the Merit Tower again. The Merit Tower returned to its original appearance. In the blink of an eye, more than a year had passed in the outside world. Several hundred years passed in the top-notch cultivation training ground. Ning Qi once again refined 19 ink guards and blood spike puppet. After they consumed the remaining astral soul essence, the Tao Querying Realm puppet army under Ning Qi instantly grew in strength. The number of blood spike puppets now numbered over 20, and the ink guards, the number of ink guards had reached 9. The ink guards were in charge of defense. 9 of them were enough. The blood thorn puppets were extremely aggressive and proficient in assassination. The more of them there were, the more terrifying their explosive power would be. If 20 blood thorn puppets were to assassinate an ordinary middle-stage Tao Querying Realm cultivator, the success rate would probably be more than 80%. If they were paired with the ink guards, these 29 early-stage Tao Querying Realm puppets would be comparable to a middle-stage Tao Querying Realm cultivator. Hundreds of years have passed in here. I don't know when the Fire Qilin will wake up. When she wakes up and advances to the late-stage Tao Querying Realm, the strength I have now will be comparable to a large tribe ranked in the top 30. I might even surpass them. Ning Qi's lips curled into a faint smile. At the same time, Saint Virtue Dynasty. Imperial Capital. Chapter 3208. Sun Luo, our Ghost Shadow Clan said that we would give you our heads. We will give you our heads. It's just that something went wrong. After the great desolate king returns from the 3 holy clans, we will inform you to come here and collect the heads. The old butler said sinisterly. Mistake? The disdain in Sun Luo's eyes intensified. In the God Luo mystic realm, it is said that the Ghost Shadow Tribe has never made a mistake. It seems like the Ghost Shadow Tribe is just SOSO. Why don't I go to the Sword Sage Tribe and ask the old Sword Sage to take action? Sword Sage Tribe? The old butler's eyes moved slightly. He looked at Senro expressionlessly and said in a doubtful tone, Can you invite the old Sword Saint? If the Great Sky Bull Sage wasn't willing to use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken, I wouldn't have come here. Sun Luo said plainly. Ha ha ha, I believe that the Great Sky Bull Sage can ask the old Sword Sage. However, you are just a lackey. Aren't you being too presumptuous? Have you forgotten what our Ghost Shadow Clan is doing? A figure walked into the hall. The old butler and the servants behind him hurriedly bowed to him and said, Greetings, young master. Young master? Sun Luo was slightly shocked. However, he maintained his composure and sized up the other party. He saw that the other party had fair skin and was handsome. Although he didn't look old, he gave off the aura of the intermediate stage of the Tao Querying Realm. Sun Luo, we will give you the head of the great wilderness king. If you ask the old sword sage to take action, we will give your head to the great sky bull sage. The young master glanced at Sun Luo plainly. However, his words sent chills down Sun Luo's spine. Ha ha, Sun Luo smiled sheepishly and stood up. Of course I believe that. I will take my leave first. I won't send you off. The young master looked in another direction plainly. The old butler and the rest had no intention of sending him off. Sun Luo left the house in the outskirts of the capital of the Saint Virtue dynasty awkwardly. Humph, how dare you threaten me? It seems like you don't know that the great sky bull sage has broken the door of the locked palace and seen the immortal palace. After I deal with the great wilderness king, I will deal with you. After walking far away, Sun Luo turned around and glanced at the house. He cursed in his heart before leaving in a hurry. This person is from the human race, but he defected to the Sky Bull clan. He is vicious and vicious, a despicable person. There's no need to be so polite to him. If he dares to speak to you in such a tone again in the future, just beat him up. The young master glanced at the old butler and said plainly. The old butler hurriedly bowed. Yes, young master. In truth, he was giving face to great sage Heavenly Bull. As for Sun Luo, he was merely at the initial stage of the Tao querying realm. The Ghost Shadow tribe did not take him seriously. I am a little interested in that great desolate king. Even the Golden Crow tribe's Valkyrie calls his spirit beast a saint. After killing him, I will capture that spirit beast alive. The young master smiled. The old butler was slightly taken aback. If that's the case, I'm afraid the manpower we sent earlier won't be enough. It's been so many years. Our Ghost Shadow clan has been quiet for a long time. We should let the fellows lurking in the other clans exercise their bodies. Young master said calmly. In that case, there was a flash of hesitation in the old butler's eyes. However, when he saw the young master's eyes turn cold, he immediately nodded. I understand. Where are we now? How much longer until we reach the demon race's sacred ground? Ningqi walked out of the cabin and came to the deck. He noticed that the immortal boat seemed to have stopped at the entrance of a city. Jiang Buxu and the other geniuses were standing at the edge of the boat and looking in the direction of the city. Great desolate king. The geniuses hurriedly bowed. Thereafter, Jiang Buxu said, the Marquis of God Courage is heading to the Golden Beard tribe to discuss the teleportation array. This teleportation array can reach the nearest mountain range to the demon race's sacred ground. We should be able to make it in time for the sacred race's genius contest. Ningqi frowned slightly. Is the jade token given by the demon race on the immortal boat? Why did they stop us outside the city? Perhaps it's because of the rules. Jiang Buxu did not understand either. Along the way, as long as the other clans saw the jade token and knew that Ningqi's group was going to participate in the sacred race's genius contest, they would basically be given the green light. However, when they reached the Golden Beard tribe, they were stopped. Brother Wang, how long have you been in the city? Ningqi's eyes flickered. It's been 3 days. Jiang Buxu said. The immortal boat has been stopped outside the city for 3 days? Has Brother Wang come out during this period? Ningqi's expression gradually turned solemn. No, Jiang Buxu and the rest seemed to have sensed that something was amiss and their expressions changed slightly. What's the origin of the Golden Beard tribe? What's their ranking on the 100 Races leaderboard? Ningqi said in a deep voice. Great desolate king, don't you know? Everyone's expression turned slightly strange. The Golden Beard tribe was ranked 21st on the 100 Races leaderboard, only 4 ranks lower than the Heavenly Bull tribe. The top 30 races all had late-stage Tao querying realm cultivators. If it was in the past, the Golden Beard tribe would be in existence that the human race had to look up to. However, the gap between them had shrunk significantly. Ranked 21st, Ningqi looked at the city in front of him thoughtfully. With a sweep of his spiritual will, he could already sense a few gazes that seemed to be secretly spying on them. Just as Ningqi was about to enter the city to take a look, Wang Chao had already walked out of the city under the escort of a few Golden Beard tribe cultivators. Although it was said to be an escort, it was more like surveillance. The Golden Beard tribe looked almost the same as the human race, but they had a few golden tentacles under their chin. The more tentacles they had, the stronger they were. These fellows that were escorting Wang Chao each had 7 or 8 tentacles and emitted the aura of the ancient transformation realm. Brother Ning, the Golden Beard tribe's teleportation formation has been damaged. I'm afraid it won't be able to be repaired in a short period of time. We can only take a detour, Wang Chao said with a bitter smile. The teleportation formation is damaged? Did you see it with your own eyes? Ningqi asked. Yes, I didn't believe it at first. I thought the Golden Beard tribe was purposely making things difficult for us. That's why I've been accompanied by a few Golden Beard tribe cultivators these past few days. I've been keeping an eye on the teleportation formation's repair progress. Wang Chao nodded. Ningqi glanced in the direction of the city gate. The Golden Beard tribe cultivators that had escorted Wang Chao out of the city hadn't left yet. Seeing Ningqi look over, they turned and left. Ningqi still felt that something was wrong. If the teleportation formation was really damaged, why would they stop the immortal boat from entering the city? If we take a detour, we won't be able to make it in time for the Sacred Race Genius battle, Ningqi said. But there's no other way. Wang Chao shook his head with a bitter smile. The expressions of Jiang Buxu and the other geniuses changed slightly. This was a rare opportunity. Were they going to lose it because they couldn't make it in time? Chapter 3209. Wang Chao put away the immortal boat, brought Jiang Buxu and the other geniuses, and followed Ningqi towards the city gate. The golden-bearded race cultivators near the city gate looked at Ningqi and the others with curiosity. After all, this was the first time in so many years that the human race had a chance to advance. Their eyes were sharp, and the immortal boat had been here for a few days. They had already seen the token given by the demon race. Is there anything else, Marquis God Courage? A golden-bearded race cultivator came forward and looked at Ningqi and the others before smiling at Wang Chao. This is the great wilderness monarch of the Saint Virtue dynasty. Wang Chao introduced Ningqi. So it's the great wilderness monarch. It's an honor to meet you. The other party looked at Ningqi with surprise and cupped his hands. This golden-bearded race cultivator was only at the ancient transformation realm, so he naturally had to be polite to Ningqi, who was comparable to a middle-stage Dao-querying realm cultivator. You're too polite. I heard that your teleportation formation is broken? Can I take a look? Ningqi smiled. Didn't the Marquis God Courage take a look? Well, since the great wilderness monarch wants to take a look, then I'll take you there. The Golden Beard race's ancient transformation being was startled at first, then he nodded his head and smiled. Ningqi was a little surprised. He thought that the other party would try to stop him. He didn't expect him to be so calm. Could it be that his suspicions were wrong? Did the teleportation formation really break at this time? Along the way, Ningqi learned that this golden-bearded race cultivator was called Sanggu. Under his lead, they quickly arrived at the golden-bearded race's teleportation formation. At this moment, a few Dao-querying realm golden-bearded race cultivators were fiddling around the teleportation formation. When they noticed Ningqi and the others, they frowned. Marquis God Courage, why are you here again? Do you still not believe that our teleportation formation is broken? One of the Dao-querying realm initial stage golden-bearded race cultivator had an ugly expression and was a little impatient. Ningqi realized that a few corners of the teleportation formation were indeed broken. Zhanggu quickly took a step forward and introduced Ningqi's identity. The Golden Beard race's members then walked over and looked at Ningqi with a smile that did not reach their eyes. So you are the great wilderness king of the human race who has recently risen in fame. My apologies, my apologies. The few Golden Beard tribe members smiled and cupped their hands. There was no hint of respect on their faces. After all, their Golden Beard tribe had a late-stage Tao querying realm cultivator. Even if Ning Qi was comparable to a mid-stage Tao querying realm cultivator, the Golden Beard tribe did not need to take him too seriously. You're too polite, everyone. Ning Qi smiled faintly. His gaze landed on the teleportation matrix. I wonder how long this teleportation matrix has been broken. Was it man-made? It must have been damaged by someone. Otherwise, how could the teleportation formation be damaged? This teleportation formation has been in our Golden Beard tribe for countless years and has never been damaged before. This place is guarded by an early-stage Tao querying realm cultivator all year round, yet it was silently destroyed by someone. Only a mid-stage Tao querying realm cultivator could do this. Coincidentally, you guys arrived just a few days after the teleportation formation broke down. Man-made damage, Ning Qi frowned slightly. Brother Ning, is there someone who doesn't want humanity to go to the 3 Saint clans to participate in the Saint Race Heaven's Pride tournament, so they are deliberately trying to sabotage it? Wang Chao could not help but ask. It's possible. Could it be the Golden Beard race? It's also possible. It's just that there's no evidence. However, these Tao querying realm cultivators don't seem to be lying. Ning Qi looked at the Tao querying realm cultivators. He could see a trace of anger in their eyes. They were clearly angry that the teleportation matrix had been destroyed. Seniors, if we can't take this teleportation matrix, I'm afraid we won't be able to make it to the Saint Race Heaven's Pride tournament. I wonder if there are any nearby teleportation matrices that can shorten the distance so we can make it in time? Ning Qi smiled and cupped his hands. The way he addressed them as seniors made the Golden Beard race cultivators look at him in a different light. They thought that Ning Qi would take advantage of the spiritual beast's power and not be polite. After all, anyone would be angry that the teleportation matrix was destroyed. Since the great wilderness king is so polite, then I know a place that can help you make it in time. One of the Golden Beard race cultivators said. He stroked the 10-odd golden tentacles on his chin and smiled. If you head south from here, you will reach the Eternal Dead Sea. Travel 100,000 miles and there will be a teleportation matrix there. No one has used it for many years, but it can send you to the nearest mountain range to the Dragon Race. If you go to the Dragon Race, won't you make it in time for the Saint Race Heaven's Pride tournament? The location of the Saint Race's Pride of Heaven's competition was not within the 3 Saint clans, but in another special place. Only the 3 Saint clans had transmission arrays, so whether Ning Qi went to the Monster Race or the Dragon Race, it was the same. As long as he had the Monster Race token, he could prove that he had the qualifications to pass. After the Golden Beard race cultivator was done, he gave Ning Qi a jade scroll. There's a route inside. I casually recorded it when I passed by last time. Take it. Thank you, Senior. Ning Qi smiled and cupped his hands. It's getting late. We will take our leave first. Take care. After Ning Qi left, one of the Golden Beard race cultivators frowned. Upley, why did you tell them? Such a small race doesn't need to be bothered with them. This kid has shown us enough courtesy and has the battle strength of a middle-stage Tao querying realm. I heard that the Valkyrie of the Martial God Hall likes him. Let's make friends if we can. Upley chuckled. However, the rest of the Golden Beard race cultivators didn't realize that under Upley's smile, there was a faint murderous intent. Brother Ning, if not for you, I'm afraid they wouldn't have told us that there's another route to the Saint Race Heaven's Pride tournament. After leaving the city, the group headed in the direction that Upley had pointed out. Wang Chao stood on the immortal boat and cupped his hands towards Ning Qi. Jiang Buxu and the rest relaxed. As long as they could make it in time, everything was fine. It didn't matter if they took a long detour. Whether this route is real or fake, we don't know yet. We can't let our guard down. We have to be prepared for battle at any time. Moreover, the eternal Dead Sea has strong winds and waves. I'm afraid it won't be a peaceful journey. Ning Qi smiled faintly. Wang Chao was slightly taken aback and his expression turned solemn. Eternal Dead Sea. Ning Qi thought of the shadow recording stone that Taoist Ling Shao had shown him. Even an early-stage Tao-querying realm cultivator would be wary of the winds and waves inside. If the Fire Qilin could successfully break through to the late-stage Tao-querying realm, Ning Qi planned to secretly head to the sacred bull race to capture Sun Luo and interrogate him about the cave abode left behind by Feng Jiuxian. At the same time, Uppli returned to the cave abode and said to the shadows, "I've repaid the favor I owed you. We don't owe each other anything in the future. You can leave now." A female voice came from the shadows. "All right, we don't owe each other anything." Chapter 32:10. Looking at the magnificent and boundless blue ocean in front of them, Jiang Buxu and the rest were a little excited. The Eternal Dead Sea was the largest ocean in the Shunluo mystic realm, and it was also the only ocean. However, the location where the human race was previously located was extremely far from the Eternal Dead Sea. If they had not followed Ningqi this time, they would have to break through to the ancient transformation realm to have a chance to see the legendary Eternal Dead Sea. According to the legends, the waves of the Eternal Dead Sea were extremely terrifying. If there was a storm, each drop of water would be like a huge mountain. Even Tao-querying realm cultivators would find it hard to resist. No matter how strong an ordinary race was, they would not dare to enter the depths of the Eternal Dead Sea. Until now, no one knew if there were existences comparable to the three sacred clans hidden in the depths of the Eternal Dead Sea. Looking at the weather, I don't think there will be a storm for a while. We should be able to reach the teleportation array safely. Wang Chao looked at the sky and smiled at Ningqi. Because it was a very dangerous place, they had to slow down. If they were too fast and accidentally rushed into the stormy area, it would be difficult to get out. Okay. Ningqi nodded. A few days later, the ferry boat safely arrived at the destination drawn on the jade slip. It was a huge island. To mortals, it might be equivalent to a continent or a world. However, cultivators knew that it was just an ordinary island. There were many similar islands in the Eternal Dead Sea. After entering the island, Ningqi and the others spent another half a day before they found the teleportation array that Uppli had mentioned. It seemed that no one had used it for many years. It was hidden in an extremely secretive place on the island, so it was not easy to be discovered. A trace of joy flashed in Wang Chao's eyes. Jiang Buxu and the other geniuses immediately heaved a sigh of relief. In their opinion, arriving at this teleportation array was equivalent to arriving at the three sacred clans. Wang Chao quickly stepped forward and checked it. After confirming that the teleportation array was usable, he took out a pile of Shunluo coins and placed them in a groove of the teleportation array. The teleportation array of the Shunluo mystic realm used Shunluo coins to activate. If Ningqi threw immortal stones in, the teleportation array would probably not accept it. "Let's go." Ningqi hesitated for a moment, then nodded at everyone and led them into the teleportation array. There was a flash of light. Ningqi and the others disappeared on the spot. In a mountain range very close to the dragon tribe's sacred ground, Jiang Buxu and the other sky prides walked out of the teleportation array in high spirit. "We're finally going to reach the three saint clans. I wonder how strong the geniuses of those big clans are. It's really exciting to fight with them. Brother Jiang, you've only been cultivating for a short period of time. Don't mind if you lose too badly this time. With your talent, you'll definitely become famous in the Emperor realm in a few thousand years." Senior brothers and senior sisters, you're too polite. Jiang Buxu was very humble. Ning Qi and Wang Chao observed their surroundings before walking out of the teleportation array. Jiang Buxu and the other Sky Prides immediately shut their mouths and looked at Ning Qi and Wang Chao excitedly. As a senior, Wang Chao naturally had to conceal his emotions. His expression was calm, but in his heart, there was a trace of joy. In any case, if he were to lead a team of human elites to the 3 Saint races to participate in the Saint Race Heavenly Pride battle, whether he won or lost, he was destined to be recorded in the annals of human history. No, something's wrong. It's too quiet. Ning Qi suddenly frowned. A crow's unpleasant laughter rang out. Suddenly, over a dozen figures appeared around the teleportation array and surrounded Ning Qi and the others. At the same time, black lines appeared on the ground. These lines were like shadows, and in the blink of an eye, they condensed into an array. Clang! Black chains broke out from the ground and locked Ning Qi and the others' legs before they could react. What's going on? I don't have any strength left. Some of the Sky Prides exclaimed as they looked at the figures that appeared around them. Their eyes were filled with fear. Wang Chao's expression became extremely unsightly. Like the other geniuses, he felt that his body was powerless. Even if he activated the power within his body, he could only display less than 10% of his usual strength. Wang Chao tried to break free from the chains under his feet, only to find that his feet were tightly locked. He couldn't move at all. No wonder you're the great wilderness queen of the human race. Even the Marquis of Divine Courage didn't notice anything wrong, but you already found some clues. It's hard to imagine that you're just an immortal lord. The person who spoke was the one who had let out the weird laughter. He was an old man with a hunched back. His skinny body was almost completely covered by a black robe. When the wind blew, the robe fluttered as though there was no body underneath. Who are you? Ning Qi looked at the old man calmly. This group of people all exuded the aura of a mid-stage Tao querying realm cultivator. There were over a dozen of them. Those who didn't know would think that they were ambushing a late-stage Tao querying realm cultivator. Ning Qi had never seen this old man before, let alone offend him. The other party had obviously set up a trap for them. They couldn't just be here to chat. At this moment, Ning Qi's uneasiness completely dissipated. He was already sure that the Golden Beard tribe's teleportation array had been destroyed by this group of people or someone related to them. The most suspicious person was Upley. He was the one who had told Ning Qi that there was another teleportation array that could reach the distance. In the mountain range near the Dragon Tribe, destroying the teleportation array, luring Ning Qi and the others to change their route, and then setting up a trap to lure them in. The other party's motive was clear. The dead have no right to know who we are. The old man continued to let out a weird laugh. Then, he looked at Wang Chao. Even a mid-stage Tao querying realm cultivator would find it hard to move after being hit by our soul shadow body lock array. You are just an ancient transformation cultivator and you want to break free? Wang Chao's expression turned ugly. At this moment, the old man looked at Ning Qi. I heard that your spirit beast is not bad. Hand it over and we can spare your lives. You are here for my spirit beast? Ning Qi's eyes flickered. That's right. The old man nodded with a smile. Hand over the spirit beast and we will let you go. Who are you trying to fool? Over a dozen mid-stage Tao querying realm cultivators had set up such a chain of traps just for a spirit beast that was similar to theirs? Only a ghost would believe that. How can we ensure that you will let us go if I hand over the spirit beast? Ning Qi asked calmly. Brother Ning, you can't. They are clearly here for our lives. Wang Chao hurriedly transmitted his voice. He could see that the other party had mobilized so many people just for a spirit beast. They wanted the spirit beast just to maximize their benefits. We Tao querying realm cultivators are trustworthy. If you don't believe us, there is nothing we can do about it. The old man smiled. All right, I will hand over the spirit beast to you. Ning Chi smiled and nodded. He took out the Elder Lord Cauldron. The fire Qilin let out a long roar and soared into the sky. The late-stage Dao Querying Realm aura instantly enveloped the group of mid-stage Dao Querying Realm cultivators. At this moment, the fire Qilin's eyes still had a trace of drowsiness. Chapter 32:11. Late-stage Dao Querying Realm? The middle-stage Dao Querying Realm experts, led by the old man, stared at the fire Qilin with their mouths agape. Their eyes gradually revealed a hint of disbelief. According to accurate information, the Saint Virtue dynasty had a spiritual beast at the intermediate stage of the Dao Querying Realm. But why was it at the late stage of the Dao Querying Realm here? What was going on? When the old man had asked Ning Chi to hand the fire Qilin over, Ning Chi and the fire Qilin were telepathically connected. He immediately sensed that she had woken up and successfully advanced to the late stage of the Dao Querying Realm. Only an innate spirit of a secret realm like the fire Qilin could advance consecutively in such a short period of time. Qilin 1-inch the tribe, as long as they came of age, they were destined to be cultivators at the great circle of the Dao Querying Realm. Even fourth-step cultivators were common. The fire Qilin's aura was too terrifying. Wang Chao hadn't even felt such an aura from Golden Wu Zhiga. Late stage. He's definitely at the late stage. Wang Chao felt that this was inconceivable. He did not believe that the fire Qilin could advance from the middle stage to the late stage in such a short time. This was impossible. Therefore, there was only one explanation. From the start, the fire Qilin was a late-stage Dao Querying cultivator. No wonder Brother Ning is not afraid of Great Sage Heavenly Bull. Even if the Heavenly Bull Great Sage came, he wouldn't be a match for Senior Fire Qilin. Wang Chao suddenly understood. Little did they know that the Heavenly Bull Great Sage had already broken through the door of the palace and seen the palace. Don't you want my spiritual beast? Come and get it. Ning Chi stood with his hands behind his back and said with a faint smile. The old man's gaze shifted from the fire Kirin to Ning Chi with great difficulty. At this moment, in his eyes, Ning Chi was no longer a junior that he could casually bully, but a demon. How the hell was this a celestial lord? Which immortal lord had a late-stage Dao Querying spirit beast? The other party alone was equivalent to a clan ranked in the top 30. It's over. The news from the young master's side is completely wrong. Could it be a trap set by someone else to harm us? The smile on the old man's face had already disappeared. The wrinkles on his face deepened, and his brows furrowed together. Jiang Buxu and the other Sky Prides looked at the fire Qilin before turning to look at the old man. They could faintly sense that the aura of the fire Qilin had directly crushed the dozen people on the old man's side. Looks like we've managed to avert the disaster today. The Sky Prides heaved a sigh of relief. Since you're not coming to take it, I'll deliver it to you. Ning Chi smiled. The fire Qilin looked at the old man coldly. Suddenly, streaks of meteor-like flames descended from the void, smashing onto the dozen mid-stage Dao Querying Realm cultivators apart from the old man. Before they could even let out a cry, they were burned to ashes. Ning Chi's eyes suddenly became strange. Logically speaking, this group of people should be dead, but why wasn't there a notification from the system? Could it be that killing Dao-seeking cultivators no longer gave merit points? Isn't this a little too much? Spare me, spare me. We were deceived by a scoundrel. If we knew that the great Wilderness King was such a person, we wouldn't have come here today. The old man suddenly knelt on the ground with a thud. At this moment, Ning Chi noticed that there seemed to be a faint black shadow moving towards the back of the ground around him. It looked like a shadow, but there was no object to reflect it, so how could there be a shadow? They don't seem to be dead. Ning Chi transmitted his voice. The fire Qilin also sensed that something was wrong. Its two bell-sized eyes suddenly swept across and it shouted softly, "So, it's the Ghost Shadow Clan." With that, meteor-like flames descended from the sky once again, falling towards the mottled shadows. These shadows were scared out of their wits and immediately flew up from the ground, trying to escape. However, how could they escape from the fire Chilin's technique? They were directly hit by the flames and let out a series of shrill cries. Finally, they dissipated from the world, their souls scattered. Ding! Congratulations, host! The sound of the system notifications rang out continuously. In an instant, Ning Qi had obtained another 3 billion merit points. Now, Ning Qi's total merit points had reached about 21.9 billion. It was enough to exchange for 4 immortal palace pills. The old man stared at the fire Qilin in shock. He hadn't expected that the fire Qilin would be able to recognize their origins. Large beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. The trump card that he had been hiding was now useless in the eyes of the fire Qilin. Ghost Shadow Clan? Ning Qi looked at the old man's attribute. He was indeed from the Ghost Shadow Clan. However, he was curious. When did he offend the Ghost Shadow Clan? In fact, he didn't even seem to have heard of their existence before this. In Shenluo Domain, the Ghost Shadow Clan belongs to the Slaying Heaven sect. They are a small force within the Slaying Heaven sect that specializes in assassination. They don't have physical bodies, only shadows. This old man's physical body is formed by his strength. However, in reality, this physical body is like a puppet. Even if you kill it, there's no harm. There's no harm. The fire Qilin said. Shenluo Domain? You're from Shenluo Domain? The old man was dumbfounded. It was as if his heart had been smashed by a heavy hammer. The Ghost Shadow Clan seemed to have offended an incredible existence. Wang Chao was even more certain about the origins of the fire Qilin and Ning Qi. As for Jiang Buxu and the rest, they were shocked by the Ghost Shadow Clan's innate mystique. Their eyes were filled with curiosity. The original body was actually a shadow? But the physical body was useless? This was the mysterious existence of the Ghost Shadow Clan in Shenluo Mystic Realm? A hidden trump card? Kill him. There's no point in keeping him alive. Ning Qi smiled. The fire Qilin nodded and was about to attack. The old man immediately cried out, "Don't kill me. I have something to say." What do you have to say? Ning Qi smiled faintly. Actually, we are here to return a favor. That's why we set up this ambush to assassinate all of you. The Ghost Shadow Clan has no feud with the Great Wilderness King. If not, why would we attack for no reason? The old man's eyes were filled with regret. Who asked you to come? Ning Qi said plainly. Wang Chao and the rest stared at the old man. He actually asked the Ghost Shadow Clan to assassinate the Great Wilderness King? He probably wanted to topple the status of the human race, right? Great Sage Sky Bull. The old man hurriedly said. Great Sage Sky Bull? Everyone was slightly shocked. However, they felt that it was reasonable. Ning Qi had killed many Dao-querying cultivators from the Sky Bull race. It would be strange if the Great Sage Sky Bull didn't take revenge. However, since the Great Sage Sky Bull had asked the Ghost Shadow Clan to attack, why didn't he do it himself? With his late-stage Dao-querying strength, he didn't need to be afraid of the Great Wilderness King, who was rumored to be only comparable to a mid-stage Dao-querying realm. The Great Sage Sky Bull is out? Chapter 32:12. The Sky Bull Sage should still be in seclusion. The old man wasn't too sure himself, but in order to survive, he had no choice but to reveal everything he knew and guessed. If the Great Sage Heavenly Bull had come out of seclusion, he wouldn't have needed us anymore. The one who contacted us on behalf of the Great Sage Heavenly Bull is the head of the Shenluo Sacred Land. It's him? Wang Chao's expression changed. Jiang Buxu looked at the old man blankly, as if he had heard wrongly. Did you say the Sunluo sacred grounds, Lord? Did you misspeak or mistake someone else? At this moment, the other 8 sky prides looked at Jiang Buxu with a strange look in their eyes. How could we mistake someone else? Regardless of whether he's someone we want to kill or someone who came to us to kill, the Ghost Shadow Tribe will definitely investigate thoroughly. The old man immediately said. What a joke. If the other party didn't believe him, he might not be able to keep his life today. Impossible. Why would Sacred Lord Sunluo ask you to assassinate the great Wilderness King? He's the lord of the human tribe's sacred ground. Jiang Buxu still couldn't believe it. He immediately knelt before Ning Qi. Great Wilderness King, don't believe this scoundrel's words. He's trying to sow discord. Perhaps he's really trying to sow discord between Sacred Lord Sunluo and the Great Wilderness King. Everyone knows that before the Great Wilderness King, Sacred Lord Sunluo was known as the #1 expert of the human tribe. That should be the case. Otherwise, there's no reason for Sacred Lord Sunluo to ask someone to assassinate the Great Wilderness King. If he succeeds today, I'm afraid we won't even be able to go to the 3 sacred clans and the human tribe will fall out of the 100 races ranking again. The other 8 sky prides exchanged glances and gradually believed that the old man was trying to sow discord. Get up first. Ning Qi smiled at Jiang Buxu. Jiang Buxu stood up and looked at Ning Qi hopefully. He hoped that Ning Qi wouldn't be fooled by the old man's words. Actually, I've already seen the evidence of Sunluo and the Sky Bull Sage colluding. This evidence was sent over by Taoist Ling Xiao and monk Wu Chan. Ning Qi smiled. What? When Jiang Buxu heard this, he subconsciously took 2 steps back. It was as if an invisible force had struck his chest, causing his face to darken. When Wang Chao and the rest of the geniuses heard this, looks of shock appeared on their faces. Then, their expressions gradually turned solemn. They believed that Ning Qi would not speak without thinking, and they did not believe that Taoist Ling Xiao and monk Wu Chan would accuse Sunluo unjustly. First, there were the 2 holy lords, and now there was this old man. The lord was really related to the Heavenly Bull clan. Impossible, great desolate king, you must have misunderstood something, Jiang Buxu mumbled to himself. That's why I went to the Sunluo sacred ground. Unfortunately, Sunluo and his direct disciples have already left the human clan. They should be in the Sky Bull tribe now. Ning Qi smiled. Back then, Jiang Buxu also felt that it was strange for Sunluo's trusted aides to leave the Sunluo sacred ground with him. But now, it seemed that they had fled to avoid punishment. Jiang Buxu, who originally didn't believe that Sunluo would do such a thing, immediately believed it. However, he felt extremely uncomfortable and his face was filled with embarrassment. I can spare your life, but you have to tell me how Sunluo contacted you and where he is now. Ning Qi said plainly. The old man was hesitant. This matter concerned the young master of the Ghost Shadow clan. If he told him this, wouldn't he be betraying the Ghost Shadow clan? It's fine if you don't tell me. After you die, the Ghost Shadow clan will continue to send people here. At that time, I will follow the clues, Ning Qi chuckled. His laughter made the old man feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. That's right. If he died today, no one would send a message to the clan. At that time, the clan members would not know what was going on and would come to assassinate the great desolate king who had a late-stage Dao-querying realm spirit beast. Wouldn't that be walking into a trap? For the Ghost Shadow clan, I'm afraid I have to sacrifice the young master. If the young master hadn't agreed to the other party's request, our clan wouldn't have lost so many elders. At the thought of this, the old man immediately said, I can bring the great desolate king there personally. At that time, Sunluo will come to collect the great desolate king's head. That's good too. During this period of time, you will follow me obediently. However, your cultivation is too high. I'm afraid you will play tricks in the dark. Ning Qi smiled and glanced at the Fire Qilin. The 2 of them had the same thought, so the fire Qilin naturally knew what Ningqi wanted. It nodded and spat out a colorful flame that entered the shadow of the old man. When the old man saw this, his body trembled and a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. If there are any strange movements, the people you brought just now will serve as a warning. The fire Qilin said plainly. I understand. The old man nodded his head in disappointment. Now that his life was in the hands of others, how would he dare to use his evil tricks? It's getting late. Let's go. Alright, Gui Fengbua, how do I get to the sacred place of the dragon tribe? Ningqi suddenly asked the old man. Gui Fengbua pointed in a direction. After that, a look of shock appeared on his face. He looked at Ningqi with a trace of fear in his eyes. How did Ningqi know his name? There were many aliases in the Ghost Shadow tribe and Gui Fengbua was his real name. Other than his closest tribesmen, not many people knew about it. This human actually knew his real name. Thinking of this, Gui Fengbua felt his hair stand. On the immortal boat, Gui Fengbua was like a servant as he stood in a corner. Jiang Buxu was in a bad mood because of Sun Luo and was hiding in the cabin. The rest of the Sky Prides were looking around on the deck. As they got closer to the sacred ground of the dragon tribe, they were extremely nervous. Along the way, they met many other immortal boats that had the same goal as them. When these immortal boats discovered that Ningqi and the group were humans, they had strange looks on their faces. However, nothing happened and no one came to look for trouble or visit them. Now that you have broken through to the advanced stage of the Tao querying realm, can you condense the door of the immortal palace in your sea of consciousness? Ningqi and the fire Qilin stood side by side at the front of the immortal boat and asked. Yes, I have. The fire Qilin nodded his head. As long as I have the immortal palace elixir, I can break this door and see the immortal palace. How many do you need? Ningqi had a strange look on his face. How many? The fire Qilin looked at Ningqi with surprise. One is enough. Given the potential of my Qilin tribe, even without the immortal palace elixir, I should be able to break the door after spending some time. If I have the immortal palace elixir, the time will be shortened by a lot. If I consume the immortal palace elixir, how long will it take for me to break through? Ningqi asked with a solemn expression. About 1,000 years. The fire Qilin thought for a moment. Chapter 32:13. Great Desolate King, a few dozen miles ahead is the Dragon Tribe's sacred grounds. From here onwards, you will not be able to use the immortal boats to fly. You will have to walk on the ground. Gui Fengbua stood behind Ningqi and said with a flattering smile. The fire unicorn glanced at him, and the smile on Gui Fengbua's face froze. A layer of cold sweat broke out on his back. He smiled and took a few steps back. He knew that the fire unicorn thought he was too close to Ningqi. Then let's land. Ningqi nodded lightly. Wang Chao put away the immortal boat, and Ningqi sat on the fire Qilin's back. She led the way, and they slowly walked in the direction of the Dragon Clan's sacred ground. Jiang Buxu and the other Sky Prides followed behind and watched as Ningqi sat on the back of the fire Qilin without being burned by the flames on her body. From time to time, a trace of envy flashed in their eyes. Who wouldn't want to own a spirit beast like the fire Qilin? Not only could it be used as a mount, it could also be used to defend against powerful enemies. Is that a human? Not far away, when a group of cultivators saw Ningqi's group, they stopped in their tracks with a hint of surprise in their eyes. The cultivators in this group were all female cultivators, and each of them was extremely beautiful, which immediately attracted the attention of Jiang Buxu and the others. No way! Is this also a human troop? When Jiang Buxu and the rest saw that team, they exchanged glances with each other. Their eyes were filled with curiosity and excitement. The only two female cultivators looked at that team with hostility. The two sides looked at each other for a while. Even Wang Chao couldn't see the background of the other side. Only Ning Qi was able to see through the attributes of the female cultivator who was leading the other side. Human spider. Ning Qi frowned slightly. The other party's race had the word human in it, but it had the word spider behind it. This was enough to prove that this group of female cultivators was not human, but one of the foreign races on the 100 races list. Are you the great desolate queen of the human race? The female cultivator at the head of the team walked towards Ning Qi with a smile on her face and the girls behind her. Yes, I am. May I know who you are? Ning Qi was still sitting on the fire qilin and had no intention of getting down. He nodded slightly at the woman. It's the great wilderness king of the human race. He looks so young. I really want to be his wife. I wonder if he will like me. Before the woman in the lead could say anything, the group of beautiful girls behind her had already raised their eyebrows at Ning Qi. Some were shy, some were bold, directly looking at Ning Qi with fiery eyes. From time to time, they would lick their lips with their scarlet tongues, as if they wanted to swallow Ning Qi whole. Shameless! Among the 9 sky prides including Jiang Buxu, 2 of them were female cultivators. When they saw how daring these women were, they glared at them angrily as though they wanted to defeat them with their eyes. Brother Ning, your luck with women has come. Wang Chao also found it funny. Do you know the human spider race? Ning Qi transmitted his voice. Spider-Man? Beauty spider? Wang Chao subconsciously blurted out. When he looked at the group of women again, goosebumps appeared all over his body, and he took a few steps back. Jiang Buxu and the other sky prides pondered upon seeing this. Spider beauty? So familiar. Wait a minute. They looked at each other and took a few steps back in unison. When they looked at the group of women again, there was a trace of fear in their eyes. So you know our identities. In that case, there is no need for me to introduce myself. I am Zhuo Xuejuan, greet the great wilderness king. Zhuo Xuejuan smiled, and cupped her hands towards Ning Qi. Great wilderness king, the human spider race is very vicious. You have to be careful. Gui Fengbu's voice rang in Ning Qi's ears. His face revealed a trace of worry for Ning Qi. Ning Qi sneered in his heart. With Gui Fengbu's experience, how could he not recognize the other party? It was only when Wang Chao pointed it out that he reminded Ning Qi. It was just hindsight. You are too polite. Ning Qi smiled and cupped his hands, sitting on the back of the fire qilin. Zhuo Xuejuan looked at the fire qilin without batting an eyelid. Seeing that the fire qilin was staring at her with its bell-sized eyes, her expression changed slightly. She smiled and said, "This must be the great wilderness king's spiritual beast. It is indeed extraordinary. Its aura is even stronger than mine." Zhuo Xuejuan was at the intermediate stage of the Tao querying realm. However, the fire qilin's current cultivation level was also at the intermediate stage of the Tao querying realm. She could not see through the fire qilin's true strength. Even so, she was a little surprised. Initially, she thought that the great wilderness king's spiritual beast was only at the intermediate stage of the Tao querying realm. She did not expect its cultivation level to be higher than hers, an elder of the human spider race who was ranked 13th on the 100 races leaderboard. Miss Zhuo is really humble. How can my spiritual beast be compared to yours? Ning Qi smiled. Snort. The fire qilin snorted and lifted its head to look at Ning Qi. There was a tinge of dissatisfaction in its eyes, but it did not say anything. It has intelligence and a high cultivation level. This great wilderness king is indeed not an ordinary person. Although it is only an immortal lord, with the support of this spiritual beast, ordinary intermediate stage Tao querying realm is not its match. Zhuo Xuejuan thought to herself. Miss Zhuo, you are also heading to the sacred ground of the dragon race, right? Ning Qi smiled. Wang Chao seemed to have guessed what Ning Qi wanted to say. He hurriedly gave Ning Qi a look. Before he could send a voice transmission, Zhuoxuejuan had already smiled and nodded. Yes. Why don't we go together? Sure. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Along the way, Wang Chao, Jiang Buxu, and the other sky prides deliberately lagged behind and kept a distance from Zhuoxuejuan. Only Ning Qi would occasionally chat with Zhuoxuejuan. The sky prides of the human spider race that Zhuoxuejuan had brought along this time would provoke Jiang Buxu and the rest from time to time. The more Jiang Buxu and the rest showed fear, the happier the sky prides of the human spider race were. Along the way they met a few other teams. However, when those teams saw Zhuoxuejuan and the rest, they immediately hid far away. It was as though they were afraid to get close. It was as though Zhuoxuejuan and the rest were a plague or a disease that they did not dare to approach. Brother Ning, did you see that? The cultivators of the human spider race are poisonous. Don't be fooled by their beauty now. Once they reveal their true form, they are extremely disgusting spiders. Why don't we find an excuse and leave first? Wang Chao sent a voice transmission to Ning Qi. If there's no reason, they won't use poison to harm you. If they reveal their true form to scare you, what are you afraid of? Ning Qi smiled and shook his head. Wang Chao sighed. The rumors about the human spider race in the god Luo mystic realm were basically all negative. Who wouldn't be afraid? There was even a rumor that a late-stage Dao-seeking realm cultivator was seduced by a mid-stage Dao-seeking realm cultivator from the human spider race and was eventually poisoned to death. Those in front, stop. A loud sound suddenly came from not far away. A black dragon that stretched for an unknown number of miles circled in the air and stared coldly at the crowd. Chapter 32:14. That's the Dragon Tribe. Jiang Buxu and the rest looked excitedly at the black dragon not far away. They had cultivated all the way to the Emperor realm, but they had never seen a real dragon. Even if they saw one occasionally, it might be a dragon in human form. Among the 100 races, it was the most convenient to move around in human form. This was something that many races had. This was publicly acknowledged. Otherwise, the spider tribe would not have used their human form as a second incarnation to hide their spider true form. What a strong aura! This black dragon is at the initial stage of the Dao querying realm. But he is stronger than the Saint Virtue Holy Leader and the rest. He can probably take on 7 or 8 beings of the same cultivation level, as expected of one of the 3 holy tribes. Wang Chao exclaimed. HNG. Gui Fengbua did not know if he had a grudge with the dragon tribe. He looked displeased at the black dragon's majestic appearance. On the back of the black dragon, there was a circular formation that flickered with a faint golden light. It was just that this formation was currently blocked by the black dragon's body that stretched for who knows how many miles, causing people to be unable to see it clearly. It wasn't just the humans and spiders that were stopped by the black dragon, but there were also several other alien races. Some of these alien races had large groups of 70 to 80 people, and some groups were smaller, even smaller than the humans. As Ning Qi thought about the rules of the Saint Race's proud Son of Heaven battle, he already understood what those people were. These few foreign races were probably ranked very low as well. The human race had the fewest number of people. As long as one person passed, they would be qualified to participate in the sacred race's chosen sparring. These 10 people were given special permission by the demon tribe. If you continue forward, you will reach the sacred ground of the dragon tribe. It is not a place that ordinary people can enter easily. Take a detour. The black dragon slowly opened his mouth, his voice like thunder. The Dao querying cultivators were fine, but the imperial emperors felt their blood boil. Strange. Ning Qi's eyes flickered. This was a sage contest, and the dragon tribe had no reason not to know. Looking at these teams, it was obvious why they had come. Did the black dragon not know? At this time, there were some teams that had come to participate in the Saint Race Pride of Heaven battles for the first time. Like Ning Qi and the others, they didn't know what was happening. But there were also some teams that sent out their team leaders. They smiled as they flew in front of the black dragon and respectfully said, "I have long heard of the dragon race's 4 great dragon gates. You should be one of the 4 great experts, Long Yunlu, right?" A hint of a smile appeared in Black Dragon's eyes when he heard that he was one of the 4 great experts. He nodded slightly, pleased with the speaker. In reality, an early-stage Dao querying realm dragon like him could only be considered above average in the dragon race. There were many stronger ones than him, and there were even mid-stage Dao querying realm and late-stage Dao querying realm. Otherwise, he would not have been assigned to guard one of the 4 dragon gates. "I am Long Yunlu. Yes, you must be an expert of the frost giant race, right? However, even if that's the case, you can't just barge into the sacred ground of the dragon race," Black Dragon said. In reality, the expert of the frost giant race was not tall at all. Instead, he was slightly shorter than Ning Qi and the rest of the human race. However, his skin was slightly blue, and he seemed to emit a faint chill. Jiang Buxu and the other elites became much more vigilant as they sized him up secretly. After all, they might also meet the elites of the frost giant race if they participated in the Sacred Race's Prodigy Tournament. "I understand. This is a greeting gift from me. Brother Dragon, please take a look." The Frost Giant's Dao Querying Realm Cultivator smiled and handed over a Qian Kuan ring to the Black Dragon. The Black Dragon scanned it with his divine will and instantly revealed a satisfied expression. He accepted the Qian Kuan ring openly and then stepped aside. When the Frost Giant's Dao Querying Realm Cultivator saw this, he cupped his hands towards the Black Dragon and cupped them. Then, he led the elites of the race past Black Dragon and into the rune array formation, disappearing. After they entered, Black Dragon immediately returned to his original position and covered the gap again, as though no one was allowed to enter. Some of the races had actually been here many times and knew the rules. They smiled and handed over the interspatial rings that they had prepared. Black Dragon accepted them one by one and let them through. In the end, only 5 races were left standing where they were. This included Ning Qi and the others. To participate in the Sacred Race's Prodigy Tournament, we have to bribe this Black Dragon? Wang Chao was dumbfounded. Black Dragon was at the Dao Querying Realm, and the Dragon Race was rich in resources. What kind of gift did they have to give to satisfy Black Dragon? Wang Chao was uncertain and subconsciously looked at Ning Qi. Even if the human race knew about this rule, the Saint Virtue Dynasty would not be able to gather many good things to give Black Dragon. "If you have nothing else to say, don't stand here." Black Dragon looked coldly at Ning Qi and the others. His gaze paused on the Fire Qilin for a moment, but he also revealed a look of disdain. So what if they were stronger than him? Dragon Race was one of the 3 great sacred races. Even if a late-stage Dao Querying Realm Cultivator appeared today, he would have to speak to him politely. Fire Qilin's mid-stage Dao Querying Realm aura was not enough to make him wary at all. The remaining Dao Querying Realm Cultivators hesitated for a while. Finally, they gritted their teeth and handed over their Qian Kuan rings. They did not know that the Dragon Race needed to pay for the passage. Therefore, their Qian Kuan rings were filled with treasures that they could not bear to use. In the end, Black Dragon took a look and seemed dissatisfied. He reluctantly said, "All right, let's go." They did not care whether Black Dragon was satisfied or not. As long as they could enter, they quickly bowed and thanked him. Then, they led the disciples of their race into the runic array formation. "Great Wilderness Queen, I will make a move first." Zhuoshuejuan smiled at Ning Qi and flew to the front of Black Dragon with the rest of the girls. Just as Zhuoshuejuan was about to take out her gift, an extremely sharp aura suddenly came from behind them. Zhuoshuejuan, Black Dragon, Ning Qi and the rest turned to look. There were 60 to 70 figures flying over on their flying sword. These cultivators had greenish skin and were muscular. On average, they were 1 or 2 heads taller than Jiang Buxu and the rest. They did not ride on immortal boats but rode on flying sword. The sharp aura came from the sword will emitted by this group of cultivators. When Black Dragon saw this group of people, his expression changed slightly and a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. Sword Sage Clan. Wang Chao was a little shocked. The leading Sword Sage Clan cultivator was at the mid-stage Dao Querying Realm. Although his aura was not as strong as the Fire Qilin, it was not much weaker. At least, he was much stronger than all the mid-stage Dao Querying Realm cultivators of the Sky Bull race that Ning Qi had seen. Make way! The leading Sword Sage Clan cultivator shouted coldly at Black Dragon with eyes like lightning. How dare you? Jian Xuanji, you are just a cultivator of the Sword Sage Clan. How dare you be so disrespectful to our dragon race? Chapter 32:15. Long Yunlu, in my eyes, you're just a junior. So what if you're from the dragon race? My race only respects the strong. But you? Jian Xuanji sneered, not giving any face to the Black Dragon. Alright. Then don't even think about entering the dragon race's sacred ground. Long Yunlu's eyes were filled with rage as he trembled in anger. But he knew that Jian Xuanji wasn't an easy opponent. The Sword Sage race had an extremely high status in the 100 Races leaderboard. If it was any other race, Long Yunlu would have already taught them a lesson, be it mid or early stage Dao Querying Realm. Not going to move? Then I'll beat you until you move. Jian Xuanji sneered. The Sword Sage race's prodigies behind him were filled with battle intent. From the looks of it, they also wanted to fight a Dao Querying Realm dragon like Long Yunlu? Brother Ning, the members of the Sword Saint clan are all crazy swordsmen. Their combat strength is extremely strong. In the past Saint Race Heaven's Pride battles, the Sword Saint clan's battles have been extremely brutal, sometimes even to the point of complete annihilation. They never bow their heads and admit defeat, much less surrender. Wang Chao transmitted to Ning Qi. He had done his homework for this pilgrimage. Among them, the Sword Sage race was the most terrifying. Sometimes, even encountering the number 1 Titan celestial race was better than encountering the Sword Sage race. Aren't they afraid of death? No. Rumor has it that the Sword Sage race lacks one emotion compared to us. That is fear. Wang Chao said. Ning Qi was a little surprised. There was a race in this world that wasn't afraid of death? Even he wouldn't dare to say that he wouldn't feel any fear in the face of death. Jian Xuanji, don't go overboard. Suddenly, another huge dragon flew out from the runic array formation. This huge dragon looked 70% to 80% similar to the Black Dragon. Its body was also thicker and gave off the aura of the mid-stage Dao Querying Realm. Behind this huge dragon, there were more than 10 foreign races that had already entered the Dragon Clan's sacred ground. Their faces were filled with they looked like they were watching a show. Long Yunlu, I didn't expect you to be so timid. Looking at the time, you probably informed your father the moment I arrived, right? Jian Xuanji looked at Dragon Cloud Tower mockingly. Long Yunlu was infuriated, but what Jian Xuanji said was true. He did feel that something was amiss when he saw Jian Xuanji, and immediately informed his father. His father, Long Baichuan, was one of the elders in charge of receiving the teams from the various factions. He was not too far away from the runic array formation, so that we can get there in time. Jian Xuanji, why bother with a junior? You should know the rules of my dragon clan. Since you think that my son isn't qualified to accept your gift, then hand over the gift that your Sword Saint clan has prepared. Long Baichuan said solemnly. Behind him, the Frost Giant and the other foreign races heard this and felt a little jealous. There were only a few on the 100 races ranking who could receive a middle-stage Dao querying realm dragon at the Dragon's Gate, and the Sword Sage tribe was one of them. Thinking of this, they glanced at Zhuoxuejuan, Ning Qi, and the others, and a trace of mockery appeared in their eyes. They had yet to enter the Dragon Clan's Holy Land, so they probably hadn't prepared the entrance fee yet. That's the human race's great desolate king. Haha, he's just a spirit beast, but he's just like a nouveau riche. He actually dares to bring his group of so-called human race Heaven's Prides to participate in the Sacred Race Heaven's Pride battle. But he doesn't even have to pay for the passage. I fear he won't be able to enter the Dragon Clan's Holy Land this time. I heard that their command medallions were bestowed by the demon race. Why didn't they go to the demon race, but to the dragon race? Could it be that the rumors are false and the demon race doesn't really like those humans? Did the great wilderness queen and the demon race come to some kind of deal? The demon race had no choice but to bestow the token, but deliberately shut the door at the dragon race's side? If they couldn't make it to the Sacred Race's Prodigy Tournament, then their tokens would be useless. Yes. The Dao querying cultivators of the various foreign races discussed quietly. They looked at Ning Qi and the others with mockery in their eyes. In their opinion, even if the human race had a divine weapon like Ning Qi, their status was still the same as before. They were still a lowly race. Haha, since Brother Long has spoken, I naturally know the rules. Jian Xuanji laughed and threw out a Qian Kuan ring. Long Baichuan caught it and nodded slightly. Long Yunlo's expression instantly turned ugly. The other party had already prepared a gift, but they didn't give it to him. Instead, they only took it out after his father showed up. They were obviously looking down on him. Human spider race, where's your gift? Long Yunlu snorted coldly. Did the human spider race dare to not give him face? If that was really the case, he would definitely kill his way into the human spider race and give them a good beating. This is my gift. Zhuoxuejuan smiled and handed over a Qian Kuan ring. She felt that it was a pity. If Long Baichuan didn't show up today, she wouldn't have to lose money. Seeing that Jian Xuanji and Long Baichuan didn't fight, the crowd also felt that it was a pity. When they knew that Jian Xuanji was making things difficult for Long Yunlu, they volunteered to stand up for the dragon race. In fact, they just wanted to see how much Jian Xuanji's sword techniques had improved recently. Not bad. Your gift is probably more generous than the Sword Sage races. At least you guys know your place, unlike some people. Long Yunlu nodded in satisfaction. As he spoke, he intentionally looked at Jian Xuanji. Now, only the human race hadn't given their gift. Everyone's gaze fell on Ning Qi and the others. It's the human race. It's really surprising to see the human race in this tournament. Jian Xuanji looked at Ning Qi and the others with a faint smile. His gaze lingered on the fire Qilin for a few breaths. This person should be the great wilderness king of the human race. Long Baichuan's gaze also landed on Ning Qi and the fire Qilin. As a member of the upper echelon of the dragon race, he had naturally heard of Ning Qi. He also knew how Golden Wu Zhiga addressed the fire Qilin. However, this was the divine Luo mystic realm, after all. The three sacred clans were the strongest rulers, and among the three sacred clans, the dragon race was slightly weaker. Among the three sacred clans, the dragon race was slightly weaker than the monster race and the three-eyed race. Therefore, it was fine if the monster race didn't show goodwill to Ning Qi. Because of the monster race, the dragon race wouldn't show goodwill to Ning Qi. Otherwise, wouldn't others think that the dragon race was afraid of the monster race? They should be heading to the monster race's sacred ground. Why are they here? Strange. Long Baichuan thought to himself. No one knew that Ning Qi and the others would come here because of the Ghost Shadow Clan's trick. Otherwise, Ning Qi would have long entered the monster race's sacred ground. Human race, where's your gift? Chapter 32:16. Gift. Jiang Buxu and the rest looked at Wang Chao and Ning Qi expectantly. Although they did not know about this, they still hoped that Ning Qi and Wang Chao were prepared. Wang Chao revealed a bitter smile and looked at Ning Qi. Gift. Ning Qi smiled. If he really wanted to give it, he could really afford it. Not only could he afford it, but he could also shock the dragon race. However, Ning Qi planned to keep the immortal palace pill for himself. At most, he would give one to the fire Qilin. How could he give it to the dragon race for free? As for other things, Ning Qi had quite a lot of Shenluo coins. He thought about it and flew to Black Dragon on the fire Qilin. He took out a universe ring and handed it over. Brother Ning really prepared it? Thank God! Wang Chao's eyes were filled with joy. Gui Fengbua had a strange expression. Could it be that the other party knew that the dragon race was greedy, and that the 4 dragon gates had a rule of accepting bribes before allowing people to enter the sacred grounds? Looks like the human race knows some etiquette. Long Baichuan nodded. After Long Yunlu received the interspatial ring, he scanned it with his divine sense and was instantly stunned. When everyone saw his expression, they thought that Ning Qi had given him an extravagant gift. Otherwise, how could the experienced and knowledgeable Long Yunlu be shocked? The human race is well prepared this time. Humph, how can it not be? How long has it been since they entered the 3 sacred grounds? When they return from the sacred grounds, even the surrounding foreign races will have to give them some face. Heh. I'm afraid the human race is going to suffer a great loss this time. How long will it take for them to gather this gift? The frost giant asked with a cold laugh. Everyone was secretly guessing. Some were gloating over Ning Qi's misfortune, while others were dissatisfied with Ning Qi's actions, their eyes filled with ridicule. Right at this moment, Dragon Cloud Lu suddenly roared furiously and crushed the universe ring. 1 million Shenluo coins? What? 1 million Shenluo coins? This is the human race's gift? Everyone looked at Ning Qi in astonishment. Long Yunlu's anger towards Jian Xuanji was instantly transferred to Ning Qi. He bared his fangs and brandished his claws as if he wanted to devour Ning Qi. Damn human race, how dare you humiliate my race? Get lost. I don't want to see you again. Long Yunlu roared. Long Baichuan's expression gradually darkened, and his gaze turned cold. Buying a road with just 1 million Shenluo coins? This way of thinking was too naive. He didn't believe that the human race wouldn't be prepared. The only possibility was that Ning Qi was arrogant and wanted to gain the favor of the demon race. He planned to use 1 million Shenluo coins to appease the dragon race. This was an insult to the dragon race. Ah, 1 million Shenluo coins? I'm dying of laughter. Great desolate queen of the human race, do you know what my gift is? A Shenluo stone mine. A Shenluo stone mine of a much higher grade than any of your human clan's mines. You want to buy a road with 1 million Shenluo coins? Isn't that insulting the sacred race? The frost giants couldn't help but laugh out loud. The other outsiders also laughed out loud, their voices filled with mockery and humiliation. The expressions of Jiang Buxu and the other sky prides instantly turned ugly. They were infuriated, but they did not dare to speak without permission. They could only swallow their anger. Great Wilderness King, why don't I lend you some? The dragon race is greedy, 1 million Shenluo coins is not enough. Zhuo Xuejuan replied. Miss Zhuo is too courteous. It's just 1 million. If they don't want it, then forget it. Ning Qi smiled and shook his head. Seeing this, Zhuo Xuejuan did not speak anymore. Have you heard of the saying that the gift is light, but the intention is heavy? Although 1 million Shenluo coins might not be worth mentioning in your eyes, it's already my entire wealth. Ning Qi smiled at Long Yunlu. You get lost. Long Yunlu glared at Ning Qi. He, Long Yunlu, everyone knows the situation of the human race. 1 million Shenluo coins is not a small amount. Just accept it. The sacred race's genius battle is about to begin. Why do you have to be so difficult? Jian Xuanji said with a faint smile. When Long Yunlu heard Jian Xuanji's voice, he became even more furious. With a loud roar, boundless energy flowed out from his body and gathered on his dragon claw. He then clawed at Ningqi. The great wilderness king's mount is at the middle stage of the Tao querying realm. This Long Yunlu is too reckless. An outsider asked while secretly shaking his head. Since the other party could not afford to pay for a road, he should have just reprimanded and left. Why did he have to attack? When the sword sage race isn't in battle mode, they are still quite sinister. Zhuo Xuejuan took a glance at Jian Xuanji. Jian Xuanji smiled and seemed to have noticed Zhuo Xuejuan's gaze. Long Yunlu's attack did not land on Ningqi in the end, because Long Baichuan had stopped him. Father, this group of humans humiliated my race. If we don't kill them on the spot today, I'm afraid our reputation will be tarnished. How will the other outsider races look at us in the future? Long Yunlu said angrily. As he spoke, he took a glance at the various outsider races and finally fixed his gaze on Jian Xuanji. The person he wanted to kill the most was Jian Xuanji. It was a pity that he was not strong enough and was not Jian Xuanji's match. There was also the old sword sage of the sword sage race. Even the current leader of the dragon race, Long Moyun of the Immortal Palace, had to show some respect. As such, he could only vent his anger on Ningqi, who had run into his spear. At the same time, he could let others know that Long Yunlu was not to be trifled with. He is a guest. Although this guest did not follow the rules, the dragon race cannot bully the weak. Long Baichuan said indifferently. The anger in Long Yunlu's heart gradually dissipated. He seemed to have thought something through and nodded at Long Baichuan. Father is right. I was too impulsive. If he really killed Ningqi and the others today, the reputation of the dragon race would be tainted. How would the other outsider races look at the dragon race in the future? Sometimes, the higher one's position was, the more one's actions would be restricted. If the dragon race lost the loyalty of the outsider races, the three-eyed race and the demon race might take advantage of it. In the eyes of outsiders, the three saint clans were harmonious and managed the god Luo mystic realm. But in reality, there was a turbulent undercurrent between the three saint clans. It's good that you understand. Long Baichuan nodded and looked at Ningqi and the fire Qilin indifferently. What are you waiting for? Like father like son. You were quite polite with your words just now. Everyone thought in their hearts. Be more polite with your words. Ningqi said indifferently. Wang Chao and Jiang Buxu's expressions changed. Brother Ning, forget it. Even if we can't make it in time, it's better than offending the dragon race. Wang Chao hurriedly sent a voice transmission. The human race had already offended the Sky Bull race and killed all the upper echelons of the Demon Scorpion race. If they offended the dragon race, they would be besieged on all sides. When the outsider races heard Ningqi's words, they were stunned and looked at Ningqi in disbelief. Does this guy think that he can challenge the dragon race just because he has a Tao-querying intermediate stage spirit beast? What does he take the three saint clans for? A Tao-querying realm cultivator from the frost giant race couldn't help but whisper. Chapter 32:17. Say it again? Looks like you're getting old and can't even hear me clearly. I'll say it again reluctantly. Ningqi smiled. Be more polite with your words. Do you understand? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Ningqi in disbelief. This guy, how dare he? Even the way Jian Xuanji looked at Ningqi changed slightly. There was a tinge of scrutiny in his eyes. He had already recognized Ningqi's identity when he first arrived. However, in his eyes, this guy who was famous for his spirit beast wasn't worth mentioning at all. Only true experts could catch his attention. Now, this guy who wasn't worth mentioning in his eyes could face a mid-stage Dao querying realm expert of the dragon race so calmly? Although he looked down on Long Yunlu, Jian Xuanji knew that even he was weaker than Long Baichuan. You really have a death wish. Long Yunlu's voice seemed to be squeezed out from his throat. It was extremely gloomy. Although Long Baichuan didn't say anything, he looked at Ning Qi as though he was looking at a dead man. Father, let me kill this arrogant human for you, Long Yunlu requested. There's going to be a good show. Everyone's eyes revealed a hint of anticipation. Great Wilderness King. Long Baichuan suddenly laughed and said to Long Yunlu, Get out of the way. The spirit beast under the Great Wilderness King is comparable to a mid-stage Dao querying realm cultivator. You're not her match. Father, how can I not be her match? I've never seen such a spirit beast before. I don't know which corner of the world this guy came from to have such a great opportunity to have such a cultivation base. But in terms of bloodline, the dragon race is number 1 in the god Luo mystic realm. Long Yunlu said with his head held high. Number 1 in the god Luo mystic realm. Although everyone was unwilling to admit it, in reality, the bloodline of the dragon race was slightly stronger than that of the demon race and three-eyed race. You should listen to your father. You're really not her match because… Ning Qi's lips curled up slightly. Everyone was curious when they heard this. They wanted to know what shocking words Ning Qi would say next. Because even your father isn't her match. Who are you? Ning Qi smiled. This guy must have gone mad. Even if that spirit beast of his is at the peak of the mid-stage Dao-seeking realm, it's still far from being comparable to the dragon race. He actually dared to boast like that. I wonder if he'll beg for mercy after being suppressed by Long Baichuan? I heard that his spirit beast is indeed extraordinary. Otherwise, the demon clan would not have given him a token this time, and even gave him 10 spots. I received news that the heavenly bull race suffered a great loss in his hands this time, and the great sage of the heavenly bull race has not reacted yet. Oh. When the Dao querying realm cultivator of the frost giant clan heard this, his eyes moved slightly, and the way he looked at Ning Qi changed. His clan was ranked lower than the heavenly bull clan, and he had some friction with the Heavenly Bull clan in the past. He did not expect the Heavenly Bull clan to suffer a loss at the hands of this human brat. Ha 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 ha! Long Baichuan was so angry that he laughed. His aura continued to surge, and soon, his aura reached a limit. The terrifying aura made all the Dao querying realm cultivators present, except for Jian Xuanji, change their expressions slightly, and their faces revealed a trace of unnaturalness. We're both mid-stage Dao querying realm, but I'm much weaker than Long Baichuan. Is the bloodline of the dragon race really so strong? So strong. Such thick blood qi. If I suck him dry, I should be able to improve my cultivation by quite a bit. The ladies of the spider race looked at Long Baichuan with sparkling eyes. When Jiang Buxu and the other prodigies saw this, they felt a chill in their hearts. The rumors were indeed true. Even if the spider race was a Dao querying realm cultivator of the dragon race, they still wanted to devour him. Gui Fengbo sighed in his heart and looked at Long Baichuan with slight mockery. So what if your aura is strong? You're still not mid-stage Dao querying realm? Can you compare to a late-stage Dao querying realm cultivator? Suddenly, an aura 100 times stronger than Long Baichuan emitted from the fire qilin. Ning Qi sat on the back of the fire qilin with a faint smile. He looked at Long Baichuan as though he was looking at a clown. The aura of the fire qilin instantly suppressed Long Baichuan. All the Dao querying realm cultivators and Emperor realm prodigies looked at the fire qilin with their mouths agape. What's going on? This terrifying aura? Late-stage Dao querying realm. Great Wilderness King's spiritual beast is actually at the late-stage Dao querying realm. Unbelievable! Jian Xuanji was also shocked by the sudden burst of power from the fire qilin. His eyes gradually turned solemn. This spiritual beast's aura is almost the same as the old sword sage. I didn't expect this kid's spiritual beast to be so strong. The sudden burst of power from the fire Qilin stunned the cultivators on Long Baichuan's side. Even Long Yunlu revealed a look of disbelief as he looked at the fire Qilin blankly. Jiang Buxu and the other prodigies revealed a proud look. Who asked the dragon race to be greedy and bully the human race? You didn't expect Senior Fire Qilin to be at the late-stage Dao Querying Realm, right? Late-stage Dao Querying Realm? Long Baichuan's aura seemed to be blocked by something, and then it fell rapidly. He looked at the Fire Qilin with a solemn face. Although he was unwilling to believe it, the Fire Qilin's aura was indeed at the late-stage Dao Querying Realm. Even the 3 sacred tribes did not have many late-stage Dao Querying Realm cultivators. For example, the demon race only had 4 priests and 4 late-stage Dao Querying Realm cultivators. The dragon race was slightly stronger, but they only had 5 late-stage Dao Querying Realm cultivators. It could be said that at this cultivation level, even the 3 sacred tribes had to show some respect. For example, the top 30 races on the 100 races leaderboard would often enter the 3 sacred tribes to meet the leader of the sacred tribes. Why is he at the late-stage Dao Querying Realm? Long Baichuan muttered to himself, and his face turned increasingly ugly. If not for the fact that his dragon scales were black, everyone would have seen a black face. As such, he could not vent his anger. Because even his father, the middle-stage Dao Querying Realm elder of the dragon race, Long Baichuan, could not find trouble with a late-stage Dao Querying Realm cultivator over such a small matter. I didn't expect your spiritual beast's cultivation to have reached such a level. I'm impressed. Long Baichuan's body moved, and he transformed into an old man. He laughed dryly at Ningqi. Long Yunlu could only transform into a human unwillingly. In the God Luo mystic realm, the dragon race would not transform into a human. Only when they met a late-stage Dao Querying Realm cultivator would they do so to show respect. Ningqi laughed. Do you still want the gift? If not, then return the 1,000,000 Shenluo coins to me. Long Baichuan heard this and his expression changed. He shouted at Long Yunlu, return the great wilderness king's Shenluo coins. Chapter 32:18. In the end, Dragon Cloud Tower still gave in and paid Ningqi 1,000,000 Shenluo coins out of their own pocket. Only then did the matter settle. Because of the Fire Qilin, the Dao-seeking experts of the other races no longer dared to look down on Ningqi and the others. Under Long Baichuan's lead, everyone entered the rune formation together. Damned human! I'll make you pay 100-fold for humiliating me like this today. What's so great about relying on a spirit beast? When that spirit beast isn't by your side, you're just a mere immortal lord. I can blow you to death with one breath. Long Yunlu muttered to himself. He seemed to have imagined the scene of him taking revenge on Ningqi in the future, and the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up slightly. Great Wilderness King, I was worried about you earlier. I didn't expect your spiritual beast to be a late-stage Dao Querying Realm existence. Zhuo Xuejuan walked closer to Ningqi. Her eyes revealed a trace of hidden bitterness. Her appearance could definitely be considered top-notch. Unfortunately, when one thought about the spider form hidden beneath her human form, even the most lustful person would not dare to have any improper thoughts about Zhuo Xuejuan, let alone Ningqi. No matter how the other party threw glances at him or how bitter he was, Ningqi still responded with a faint smile. His eyes did not contain any distracting thoughts. Other than Zhuo Xuejuan, there were a few other Dao Querying cultivators from the alien tribe who came to express their goodwill. They were all from races that were ranked in the top 30. They had been lucky enough to qualify this time and did not think much of Ningqi and the others. After all, the human tribe had been weak for a long time. Only Ningqi, who was comparable to a cultivator in the middle stage of the Tao querying realm, could stand a chance. In their eyes there was still no improvement, but now it was different. The Fire Qilin's late-stage Tao querying realm cultivation was completely revealed. For races that did not have a late-stage Tao querying realm to suppress them, this was definitely an existence that could be befriended or even curried favor with. However, the Frost Giant race, Jian Xuanji of the Sword Sage race, and a few other races in the top 30 of the 100 races leaderboard only watched coldly. They would not easily cause trouble for Ningqi, but they would not try to curry favor with Ningqi either. To them, even if the Fire Qilin was a late-stage Tao querying realm cultivator, because his foundation couldn't be compared to theirs. Long Baichuan walked right in front. Although his gaze did not land on Ningqi, his spiritual force was constantly sensing the auras of Ningqi and the Fire Qilin. He seemed to be judging the strength of the Fire Qilin and the 5 late-stage Tao querying realm cultivators from the dragon race. The Fire Qilin was the spirit of the secret realm. Now that she had reached the late Tao querying realm, only spirits of the secret realm could match her. Otherwise, be it the dragon tribe, the three-eyed tribe, or the demon tribe, none of them could produce an existence of the same cultivation level as the Fire Qilin. However, the aura of the Fire Qilin was like that of a cultivator who had just entered the late Tao querying realm. It was unstable. As such, Long Baichuan laughed coldly in his heart and calculated. After Jiang Buxu and the other Sky Prides stepped into the Dragon Tribe's sacred ground, they tried their best to suppress the excitement in their hearts. They tried their best not to look like country bumpkins entering the city. Intentionally or unintentionally, they were all imitating Ning Qi's gait and their indifferent expressions. As a result, many of the Dragon Tribe's prodigies who passed by were secretly amazed. Which of the humans they had seen before wasn't indifferent and arrogant? As for Jiang Buxu and the others, they really had the aura of Sky Prides. Originally, they had come to the Dragon Tribe to borrow the Dragon Tribe's teleportation portal to head to the actual venue of the Sacred Tribe's Genius Contest. But this time, Long Baichuan had an idea. He wasn't in a hurry to bring them to the teleportation portal. Instead, he glanced at Jian Xuanji and the Fire Qilin. The two of them have disgraced the Dragon Tribe today. If we don't get back at them, I'm afraid the foreign races will look down on us in the future. With a thought, Long Baichuan had an idea. He smiled at the crowd and said, "Everyone, tomorrow is the Dragon Tribe's Grand Martial Arts competition. It's specially for the 3 Sky Prides who will be participating in the Sacred Tribe's Genius Contest. Why don't you all watch it together? Since Elder Baichuan has invited us, we naturally won't reject." The Tao querying realm cultivator of the Frost Giant race was the first to agree. This guy was called Bing Wu and was in the middle stage of the Tao querying realm. He also had a nickname, Heavenly Venerable Frost. Brother Ning, the Frost Giant race is a vassal race of the Dragon Tribe. They are loyal and are favored by the Dragon Tribe. Wang Chao transmitted his voice with a hint of sarcasm. After a pause, he continued, "We're just borrowing the teleportation portal. If we stay for another day, the Dragon Tribe won't take it lying down. That old man Long Baichuan will probably invite one of the 5 great Dragon Kings of the Dragon Tribe to cause trouble for us." "That's right." Ningqi nodded slightly before looking at Long Baichuan with a smile. "I won't be watching your tribe's martial arts competition. Elder Long, please bring us to the teleportation portal." "If that's the case, we won't be watching either." Jian Xuanji suddenly smiled. Zhuo Xuejuan, Heavenly Venerable Frost, and the others exchanged glances. This was clearly not giving Long Baichuan any face. However, they had also guessed Long Baichuan's intention. Otherwise, Heavenly Venerable Frost wouldn't have agreed so readily. This human isn't stupid after all. When the Sacred Races Prodigy Tournament ends, they'll return to the human territory. With this late-stage Tao querying realm spirit beast around, Long Baichuan can't do anything even if he wants to. They can indeed not give him any face. It's a pity that with Long Baichuan's personality, they won't be able to leave even if they want to. As expected, when Long Baichuan heard this, he put on a fake smile and said, "My tribe's teleportation portal has some problems. It can only be fixed after tomorrow. I think it's better for you all to stay. After all, you won't be able to make it to the Sacred Races Prodigy Tournament even if you take a detour to the Three-Eyed Race or the Demon Race." What a good old man! Jian Xuanji thought to himself as a smile appeared in his eyes. Seeing this, Ning Qi smiled and said, "I see. In that case, I'll reluctantly stay for one more day." With Long Baichuan's excuse, Ning Qi wouldn't be able to use the teleportation portal even if he didn't agree to stay. Reluctantly? Long Baichuan was furious in his heart, but he didn't show it on the surface. Not long after, Long Baichuan arranged a few courtyards for Ning Qi and the others, one for each foreign race. Just as Ning Qi and the others settled down, the dragon race came to visit. The leader of the dragon race didn't have a high cultivation base. He was only at the early ancient transformation realm, similar to Wang Chao. Behind him were a dozen Emperor Realm dragons. Long Chu Shan greets the great wilderness king of the human race. The other party smiled and cupped his fists at Ning Qi. In the eyes of the foreign races, there was no concept of the 3 sacred lands, 5 major sects, or 9 great dynasties. They only knew that Ning Qi was a human. No need for formalities. Ning Qi smiled. I've long heard of the human race's reputation. When my nephews heard that the great wilderness king personally brought the human race's geniuses as guests, they clamored to compete with your race's geniuses. What do you think, great wilderness king? Chapter 32:19. A Duel. Jiang Buxu and the other prodigies looked at each other with eagerness. They looked at the Dragon Emperor behind Long Chushan with fighting spirit. However, they noticed the disdain and impatience in the eyes of the Emperor-level dragons. It was as if they were unwilling to come here today. It was no wonder. An ordinary Dragon Emperor would be a top-notch prodigy in any other race. The Dragon Tribe could only send 3 people to participate in the Sacred Races Prodigy Battle, and they were the top 3. However, the other Dragon Emperors who were second only to the top 3 would participate in the Sacred Races Prodigy Battle. Apart from the Demon Race, they could crush all other races. It was a great humiliation for them to be challenged by Long Chushan. However, they had to obey the order because it was Long Baichuan who gave it. Wang Chao's expression changed. A duel is fine, but it has to be after the Sacred Races Prodigy Battle. Otherwise, both sides will be injured. How can we participate? The Marquis Divine Courage is right. Everyone, please go back. Ning Qi said. The Dragon Tribe is a sacred race, and they even issued a challenge. You humans should give them some face. A sarcastic voice was heard. Everyone looked over. Who else could it be but the Ice Dragon? Heavenly Venerable Frost, you can't say that. Everyone is preparing for the battle. How can we fight before the Prodigy Battle? Zhuo Xuejuan slowly walked over, glanced at the Ice Serpent, and lightly said. Jian Xuanji was also standing far away with his hands behind his back. He was leading the Sword Sage Clan's prodigies, watching the scene with a faint smile. The Ice Dragon was about to speak again, but Long Chushan smiled first. That's true. The Prodigy Battle is the most important. How about this? I've heard of your race's Marquis Divine Courage for a long time. Let's exchange some pointers today. He cupped his hands at Wang Chao, a smile on his face, but a hint of provocation flashed in his eyes. Everyone was enlightened. The Dragon Emperor had already predicted this. Therefore, his target was not the prodigies that Ning Qi had brought, but the Marquis Divine Courage beside Ning Qi. Ice Dragon's eyes revealed a hint of a smile. Although Long Chushan was only at the early stage of the ancient transformation realm, he had only broken through recently. In addition, Long Chushan had another identity. First place in the last Saint Race Prodigy battle. Even a mid-stage ancient transformation realm expert wouldn't dare to fight such an existence. How could an early-stage ancient transformation realm expert be a match for Long Chushan? Ning Qi and the others were unaware of this. Since Wang Chao had seen the Dragon Tribe's direct challenge, how could he possibly avoid it? Just as he was about to open his mouth to agree, Zhuo Xuejuan's lips slightly moved, and she introduced the origins of Dragon Chushan. Wang Chao immediately swallowed the words that he was about to blurt out. He wasn't afraid of the Dragon Chushan, but he was afraid that the failure today would cause Jiang Buxu and the other Heaven's favorites to lose their morale, and at the same time bring shame to the human race. What? Did he not dare? I think the human race only has this much courage. Bing Wu chuckled. Long Chushan did not say anything. His eyes were bright and full of expression as he stared at Wang Chao. The Emperor-level Dragon Tribe members behind him sneered. The geniuses of the various foreign races also looked at Wang Chao with disdain. If even the leader of the team was so cowardly, how strong could the human race's geniuses be? On Jiang Buxu's side, there were a few geniuses who did not understand the situation. They were anxious and kept staring at Wang Chao, hoping that Wang Chao would quickly agree. In their opinion, even if the Divine Courage Marquis, who was known as the #1 genius of the Saint Virtue dynasty, could not defeat his opponent, he would not lose too badly. If he did not dare to accept the challenge, then it would be embarrassing. This dilemma immediately caused Wang Chao to feel incomparably conflicted in his heart. Agree to it. Ning Qi transmitted his voice. Wang Chao was slightly startled. Then, he nodded and said to Long Chushan, I have long heard that the Dragon Tribe is very powerful. It is my fortune to be able to compete with you today. He really dared to accept it? It seems that the human race is going to make a fool of themselves this time. If that's the case, will they still have the face to participate in the Saint Race Prodigy battle? The Tao-seeking experts of the various alien races exchanged glances with each other. Their eyes were filled with a hint of gloating. All right. Long Chushan smiled and nodded. He had completed the task that Long Baichuan had given him. Once he defeated Wang Chao and humiliated him, he could look for Long Baichuan for the reward. The Dragon Tribe was greedy. This was their nature. As long as they had money, there was nothing that they could not do in the Dragon Tribe. Long Chushan and Wang Chao, one representing the Dragon Tribe, and the other representing the human race, naturally could not be too simple. Hence, under Long Chushan's invitation, everyone went to the Dragon Tribe's martial arts arena. Tomorrow was the day of practice. There were still other members of the Dragon Tribe competing in the martial arts arena today. However, when they saw Long Chushan, they immediately left and made way for him. As expected of the previous Genius Battles champion, your prestige in the Dragon Tribe probably far exceeds that of ordinary Tao querying cultivators, Ning Qi said with a faint smile. You flatter me. Long Chushan was slightly startled. Then, he smiled in relief. Since the other party knew his true identity, there was nothing to hide. When the relaxed Long Chushan and Wang Chao walked into the martial arts arena, groups of Dragon Tribe Sky Prides rushed over. They all came with the mentality of watching a good show. However, there were a lot of people who came. It had only been less than an hour since Wang Chao had accepted Long Chushan's challenge. Now, tens of thousands of members of the Dragon Tribe had come? Everyone knew that there were very few members of the Dragon Tribe. Compared to the billions of people in the human race, the entire Dragon Tribe only had 100,000 members. After all, as long as a member of the Dragon Tribe was born, the weakest would be a human immortal. Some would even be sky immortals or golden immortals. This made them much stronger than the other races in the god Luo mystic realm. It did not make sense that 10% of the dragon tribe would come to watch a battle between two ancient transformation cultivators. When Long Baichuan and Long Yunlu appeared, everyone came to a realization. Long Baichuan is a little too petty. Not only did he humiliate them, he even invited so many members of the dragon tribe to watch. After today's battle, the reputation of the human race will take a nosedive. What reputation does the human race have? That's true. Ning Qi and the others were seated on a high platform. At this moment, Long Baichuan was not far from Ning Qi. Great Wilderness Queen, this is the first time the dragon tribe is competing with the nobles, right? Long Baichuan smiled. Isn't it? Usually, we don't see any humans here. Bing Hu smiled. Long Yunlu laughed heartily when he heard that. Ning Qi looked at them with a faint smile and did not say a word. Great Wilderness Queen, you have to watch the next battle carefully. It will definitely be very exciting. Long Baichuan smiled. Indeed, I have to watch it carefully. It will definitely be exciting. Ning Qi nodded. Everyone was slightly stunned. Why did this great wilderness queen seem to be so confident? In the martial arts arena, Long Chushan smiled at Wang Chao. I'll let you attack first. Chapter 32:20. The moment the Ink Guard appeared, its early-stage Dao Querying Realm aura stunned all the Dao Querying Realm cultivators present. Their eyes flashed with surprise as they looked at Ning Qi. Is that a puppet? I think so. And it's an early-stage Dao Querying Realm puppet. I remember that the human tribe did have a puppet sect, but wasn't it destroyed a long time ago? Even at their peak, the puppets they refined could not have reached this level. Could it be a soul beast? Definitely not. The aura of the soul beast is different. No wonder the great wilderness queen is so calm. No matter how strong Long Chushan is, he cannot defeat an early-stage Dao Querying Realm cultivator. Moreover, the Saint Virtue Dynasty's Divine Courage Marquis is not to be trifled with. Everyone came to a realization. Then, their expressions became strange. If the dragon tribe lost today, they would not be able to raise their heads for a long time. As one of the three great sacred clans, their geniuses had actually lost to a human in a competition? If word of this got out, everyone would probably laugh their teeth off. Gui Fengbo looked at Ning Qi dumbfounded. Seeing that Ning Qi still had the same faint smile on his face, he sighed in his heart. This kid is really unfathomable. First, it was the Fire Qilin. Now, it's the Dao Querying Realm puppet. How many trump cards does this puny immortal lord have? Jiang Buxu and the other geniuses had originally thought that Wang Chao would be defeated by Long Chushan. But right now they were looking at the Ink Guard with incomparable excitement. In the end, their gazes were all focused on Ning Qi. Their expressions were incomparably agitated, because they knew that a huge reversal was about to occur. They fought the humans, and the dragons lost. I heard that he has a feud with the Sky Bull tribe. What a pity. Jian Xuanji's gaze landed on Ning Qi as he shook his head slightly. Master, this puppet should be the great wilderness queen's, right? Why don't you find an opportunity to take down the great wilderness queen? If such a powerhouse were to join my spider race, my spider race's strength would definitely increase greatly. The ladies of the spider tribe communicated telepathically. Zhuo Xuejuan snickered in her heart. If she could capture him, she would have done so already. Although Ning Qi was always smiling when he talked to her and never blushed, Zhuo Xuejuan could sense a trace of distance in the depths of his smile. What is this? On the martial arts practice ground, Long Chushan looked at the Ink Guard with a stunned expression. He could feel the early-stage Dao Querying Realm aura emanating from the Ink Guard's body at such a close distance. This made Long Chushan a little nervous. Wang Chao smiled and said, "This is my puppet. You should take out your magic treasure as well." Given your status, did the dragon race not give you a natural spiritual treasure? Connate spiritual treasure. There were only a few connate numinous treasures in the entire God-sifting mystic realm. Although he, Long Chushan, was an elite of the dragon race, as long as he had not reached the late-stage Tao-querying realm, he would not be qualified to receive a connate numinous treasure. Including the 3 sacred clans, there were only about 20 primordial spiritual treasures. Moreover, they were all of the lowest grade. As for second-grade spiritual treasures, they had never seen them before. In their opinion, only the Shunluo world would have them. Elder Baichuan. Long Chushan immediately looked at Long Baichuan with anger in his eyes. If Long Baichuan knew that Wang Chao had an early-stage Tao-querying realm puppet and still sent him to provoke them, then his motive was questionable. Although Long Baichuan's cultivation level was higher than his, Long Chushan belonged to the dragon race leader's bloodline. His bloodline had 2 late-stage Tao-querying realm patriarchs and more than 10 mid-stage Tao-querying realm patriarchs. He was not afraid of Long Baichuan at all. Long Baichuan's expression was a little ugly as he looked straight at Ningqi. Great Wilderness Queen, what is the meaning of this? What a joke! Ningqi stood up immediately. His voice was so loud that the entire martial arts practice ground could hear him. You are the ones who want to compete with us. Puppets are also a form of strength, just like magic treasures. Are you saying that you are not allowed to use them? When the dragons heard this, they nodded their heads slightly. This sentence was very reasonable. Puppets had the same characteristics as treasures. Even if it was the Sacred Race's Prodigy Tournament, they could still be used. It was just that before today, no one had ever seen a puppet with the strength of the early stage of the Tao-querying realm. Similar primordial spiritual treasures were usually in the hands of late-stage Tao-querying realm cultivators. Therefore, not to mention the competition between ancient transformation realm cultivators, even if it was a competition between mid-stage Tao-querying realm cultivators, such an embarrassing situation would not occur. Fight? Long Chushan might not even be able to take one move. Not fight? Where would the dragon race's face go? Thinking up to this point, the expressions of the dragon race, who had come to watch the battle with the mentality of watching a good show, became more and more ugly. They immediately started to blame Long Baichuan in their hearts. Why did such a thing happen for no reason? Long Baichuan was speechless. Even Long Yunlu could not think of any words to defend himself. The smile on Jian Xuanji's face became wider and wider. Zhuo Xuejuan also secretly laughed a few times. Apart from the loyal Bingo, heavenly venerable Frost of the Frost Giant race, even the Tao-querying realm cultivators of the other foreign races were gloating and looking forward to Long Chushan's misfortune. The competition will proceed as usual, Long Baichuan said, gritting his teeth. It was impossible for him to admit defeat. Then he could only fight. Upon hearing these words, Long Chushan cursed inwardly. Before he could react, Mo Wei had already charged toward Long Chushan under Wang Chao's command. The strength of an early-stage Tao-querying realm cultivator was enough to crush an early-stage God realm dragon. Long Chushan had just transformed into his true form when Mo Wei grabbed his dragon tail and swung him left and right a few times before smashing him heavily on the bluestone floor that was covered with arrays. Although the floor was not smashed by such an attack, Long Chushan was still dizzy from the impact. Bang bang bang! After a dozen blows, Mo Wei gently let go, and Long Chushan collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud. Mo Wei expressionlessly returned to Wang Chao's side and stood there quietly. The competition was over. Wang Chao did not even need to make a single move, and Long Chushan was already defeated. Ha ha ha, Elder Baichuan, it seems like the human race has won. Thank you for letting me win. Ningqi cupped his hands and smiled. Long Baichuan's face was livid. He looked at Ningqi without saying a word and suddenly sneered. Although you have won today, I'm afraid you won't even be qualified to see my race's prodigy in the upcoming Sacred Race Prodigy Battle. After saying this, he ordered someone to bring Long Chushan away and quickly left the martial arts field. The dragon race, who had lost because of Long Chushan, looked much better after hearing Long Baichuan's words. It was not a shameful loss today. After all, they had encountered an early-stage Dao querying realm puppet. They would naturally be able to regain their dignity in the upcoming Sacred Race Prodigy Battle. Congratulations, Great Wilderness King! Chapter 32:21. Humph, all of you rely on external forces. Bingo suddenly looked at Ning Chi and sneered. He purposely glanced at the fire Qilin lying by Ning Chi's feet and then strutted away with the prodigies of the frost giant race. Don't give me a chance, or I will not let you return home, Ning Chi said in a light voice transmission. Bingo staggered and turned to look at Ning Chi awkwardly. Then, he turned and left with a gloomy expression. This time, his footsteps were much faster than before. Ning Chi's blatant threat made Bingo a little flustered. He didn't know what Ning Chi's temperament was, but Ning Chi was just an immortal lord after all. He probably didn't know much about the hidden rules in the Dao Querying Realm Circle. Yet, he had a late-stage Dao Querying Realm spirit beast. The Shenluo mystic realm had never existed before. It was like a child holding a broadsword. No one knew who he would slash at next. This scene was seen by the other Dao Querying Realm cultivators. They were curious. What did Ning Chi say to make Bingo, who had always been arrogant, look so pathetic? Great Wilderness King, my name is Jian Xuanji. You should know me. I heard that you have enmity with the Sky Bull race? If you can resolve it, try to resolve it. The Sky Bull Great Sage is friends with the Sword Sage of my race. Jian Xuanji suddenly walked in front of Ning Chi and smiled. With that, he turned and left without waiting for Ning Chi's reply. The prodigies of the Sword Sage race that Jian Xuanji brought felt strange. They did not know why Jian Xuanji specially reminded Ning Chi. After that, the rest of the Dao Querying Realm cultivators nodded at Ning Chi amicably and left one after another. Even the Dao Querying Realm cultivators from the large clans who had been disdainful of Ning Chi changed their opinion of him. No matter what, the fact that Wang Chao could take out an early-stage Dao-seeking realm puppet definitely had something to do with Ning Chi. Before this, there had never been a puppet of this level in the Shenluo mystic realm. Just based on this point, no one dared to belittle Ning Chi. Some of the Dao-seeking realm cultivators even secretly planned to find an opportunity to ask Ning Chi if they could buy such a puppet. If they had the chance, they would ask Ning Chi if they could buy such a puppet. Not long after, when Ning Chi led everyone back to the small courtyard, Jiang Buxu and the other supreme talents finally couldn't hold it in any longer and started to shout. Their shouts traveled so far that even the alien races nearby could hear them. A villain intoxicated by success. Someone cursed in his heart. Brother Ning, I did not expect you to have such a divine treasure. This is an early-stage Dao Querying Realm puppet. And from what I can see, it doesn't seem weak? Wang Chao looked at Mo Wei with a face full of admiration. His fiery gaze made it seem as if he wanted to swallow Mo Wei whole. What would happen if you saw the Dubhe Divine Armament Dragon and the mighty Miracle Divine General? Ning Chi snickered in his heart, then said with a faint smile, Brother Wang, you've guessed correctly. The puppets I refine all have intelligence, and they're not any weaker than ordinary people. They might even be stronger than ordinary existences. For example, Lin Youqing's intelligence can't compare to this ink guard. What? Everyone looked at Mo Wei in astonishment. At this moment, Mo Wei, who had always kept a straight face, suddenly grinned. Master, you praise me too much. Actually, I still have many things to learn. It really has its own consciousness. Can this still be called a puppet? Isn't this a soul beast? Are you stupid? Ordinary soul beasts don't have their own consciousness. Otherwise, how would they control it? Incredible, incredible. Brother Ning, I wonder what is your relationship with the puppet sect that was exterminated by someone? Wang Chao was shocked. Puppet sect? There shouldn't be any relationship. Ning Qi smiled. That's right. This must be the puppet technique of the Shunluo realm. Wang Chao was instantly enlightened, and he was even more certain of Ning Qi's background. It would be great if there were a few more. If they were to lead it, the human race would probably take first place in this sacred race prodigy tournament. Wang Chao suddenly said with a look of pity. If there was only one puppet, it had already been exposed. Everyone knew that this puppet belonged to Wang Chao. If it was given to his disciple, it would be breaking the rules. Otherwise, if the three sacred races bestowed a connate numinous treasure, or if other foreign races followed suit, the sacred race prodigy tournament would be meaningless, unless these items originally belonged to the participating disciples. This is a good suggestion. In that case, I think we can participate in this sacred race prodigy tournament as puppet masters. Ning Qi smiled. Everyone was stunned. Wang Chao seemed to have thought of something, as he looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. Brother Ning, do you mean? He sucked in a breath of cold air in his heart, not daring to believe his own guess. Come on out. Ning Qi waved his hand gently, and 9 figures appeared beside him. All of them were blood thorns. For a battle with only emperor-level existences, as long as the blood thorns were around, they would be successful. There was no need for the Dubhe God Armament Dragon and the mighty Miracle General. This, Jiang Buxu and the rest looked at the 9 blood thorns in shock. They could vaguely sense an aura similar to ink guards from these blood thorns. They were all puppets, and they were all early-stage Dao-querying puppets. The great wilderness king's strength was so terrifying? Not only did she have a late-stage Dao-querying realm spiritual beast, but she also had 10 early-stage Dao-querying realm puppets. Only then did everyone realize that their understanding of Ning Qi was far too shallow, one for each of you. From today onwards, we are puppet masters. Understand? Ning Qi smiled faintly. Jiang Buxu and the others were extremely excited. Just like that, they became cultivators at the early stage of the Dao querying realm? Don't think too much about it. Once the competition ends, these puppets will return to where they came from. Since our human race hasn't participated in the Saint Race's battle of heavenly pride for such a long time, we might as well shock the world with a single brilliant feat, but you must remember that puppets are also external objects. How dare you bully me? Ning Qi smiled. Jiang Buxu and the other geniuses gradually calmed down. They let out a wry smile and brought their fists together at Ning Qi. Thank you, great wilderness king, for your teachings. Just now, they really thought that they could rely on these puppets to dominate the world. Wang Chao's face also revealed a trace of embarrassment. He quietly changed the topic to avoid being discovered by Ning Qi. The next day, Ning Qi and the others didn't go to the Dragon Tribe's ceremony. When Long Baichuan saw this, he didn't say anything. Because of him, Dragon Rise Mountain had been defeated at the hands of the humans. That night, Long Baichuan had been called over by the Patriarch of Dragon Rise Mountain and given a good scolding. Even if he didn't see Ning Qi today, he wouldn't have any peace and quiet. Chapter 32-22. What a dense spiritual energy! Wang Chao exclaimed in shock as he walked out of the teleportation formation and surveyed the surroundings. Jiang Buxu and the other prodigies subconsciously took a few deep breaths, and their cultivation levels seemed to improve immediately. The density of the spiritual energy here was beyond their imagination. No wonder the 3 sacred clans have always been above the 100 races. With such a place, as long as they arrange for prodigies to cultivate here, who can catch up? Ning Qi smiled. The most ordinary place in the god Luo mystic realm already had spiritual energy several levels higher than the places with the densest spiritual energy in the celestial world. Moreover, there were many places with dense spiritual energy in the god Luo mystic realm for prodigies and patriarchs to cultivate. However, those places were insignificant compared to this place. There was a difference of at least 7 levels. The expressions of Wang Chao and the rest were seen by the rest of the foreign races, and a trace of mockery flashed in their eyes. Humans were humans after all. Even with Ning Qi, the great wilderness king, the rest of the humans were still the same as before, inferior existences. Brother Ning, this is the hunting ground of the 3 sacred clans. I heard that the size of this place is comparable to the entire god Luo mystic realm. However, this is only a rumor, and no one has been able to confirm it. Wang Chao transmitted his voice. Sacred clan hunting ground? Ning Qi was stunned. What do they hunt? Wang Chao said in a low voice, there is a type of mutated beast here. They have low intelligence, but they are extremely powerful. Not only do they have to face all the prodigies in the Sacred Clan Prodigy Tournament, but they also have to survive in the hands of these mutated beasts. It is extremely tragic. I heard that the strongest mutated beast is even comparable to the 3 sages. The leader of the tribe is at the perfected Tao querying realm. There are such powerful mutated beasts, but they don't have intelligence? Ning Qi was curious. That's right. Because of this, the 3 sacred clans can control the sacred clan hunting ground. Otherwise, if the mutated beasts have intelligence, even the 3 sacred clans might not be able to suppress them. Wang Chao sighed. What is the name of this mutated beast? Ning Qi asked. Wang Chao awkwardly smiled, indicating that he didn't know. He only had a superficial understanding of the saint race's hunting grounds from some rumors. As for the specifics, he didn't know. Seeing this, Ning Qi looked around. The teleportation array was located in a place that looked like an ancient Roman arena. There were 2 other similar teleportation arrays, and the 2 teleportation arrays were already filled with teams. Including Ning Qi's side, there were about 30 teams. From the looks of it, each team had at least 5 or 6 people, while the larger ones had dozens of people. There were even a few teams that had hundreds of people. Brother Ning, apart from the 3 sacred clans, those teams are ranked in the top 3 of the 100 races ranking. Do you see the Titan Divine clan? Hector, who went to our Saint Virtue dynasty, is only a divine guard from the smallest branch of the Titan Divine clan. They shouldn't have advanced this time. The Tan God clan's main bloodline has a total of 3 late-stage Tao-seeking realm cultivators holding down the fort. Their strength is much stronger than the Sky Bull clan. Wang Chao transmitted. Ning Qi looked around and saw a group of extremely muscular Titan giants. There were about 100 of them. Although these Titan gods were only at the Imperial Emperor realm, their aura was comparable to that of the Dragon clan. The leading cultivator of the Titan gods was a late-stage Tao-seeking realm cultivator. This was the first late-stage Tao-seeking realm cultivator Ning Qi had seen after coming to the god Luo mystic realm, excluding the Fire Qilin. Following closely behind the Titan god was another team. This team also had 100 people, and every cultivator had the head of a lizard. One could only tell the gender of the lizard from the minute details. That's the Thunder Lizard race, ranked 2nd on the 100 races ranking. They have the innate mystique, the heaven essence divine thunder. Ordinary treasures can't defend against it, and its power is extremely terrifying. Wang Chao transmitted. Ning Qi nodded slightly. The positions of the Titan gods and the Thunder Lizard race were rather close. They seemed to have walked out from the teleportation formation of the 3-eyed race. Ning Qi's gaze landed on the last team of 100 people. This team was actually similar to Zhuoshuejuan and the rest of the spider race. They were all made up of female cultivators. However, these female cultivators didn't have legs. Starting from below their navels, they had the bodies of snake. If one didn't look at the bottom and just looked at the top, all of them were extremely beautiful. The leading cultivator was the same as the Titan gods and the Thunder Lizard race. They were all late-stage Tao-seeking realm cultivators. Brother Ning, they seem to be cultivators of the Nuwa race. Wang Chao said uncertainly. Nuwa race? Ning Qi's expression changed slightly. In the legends that he knew, Nuwa was a sacred existence who molded soil to create humans and used stones to mend the sky. Her cultivation was much stronger than the three pure ones. Even the monkey was probably not as strong as her. She was most likely a fourth-step cultivator. The appearance of these Nuwa race members is similar to the legendary Nuwa saint. Could it be that the Nuwa saint is a cultivator of the Nuwa race? Ning Qi thought to himself in bewilderment. Old Thunder, Lady Yanjun, long time no see. You are still as beautiful as ever. The leading late-stage Tao-seeking realm cultivator of the Titan gods smiled at the two of them. Nehaman, I heard that you are going all out this time to fight for the fourth place? In the previous Sacred Clan Genius Tournament, the children under me accidentally defeated the Titan gods and the Nuwa race. This time, we are fully prepared. The fourth place will definitely belong to the Thunder Lizard race. Don't think about fighting with me. How about it? Lei Yunzi looked at the late-stage Tao-seeking realm cultivator of the Titan gods with a faint smile. Lei Yunzi, the fourth place belongs to the Nuwa race this time. Lady Yanjun said plainly. The rest of the Tao-seeking realm cultivators looked at the three of them and did not dare to interrupt. However, they were cursing in their hearts. They were discussing the fourth place the moment they arrived. They were not taking them seriously at all. Ning Qi took a few more glances at the Nuwa clan. Lady Yanjun seemed to have sensed it. She frowned and looked at Ning Qi. When she found that Ning Qi was only a celestial lord, a hint of curiosity flashed in her eyes. Then, she noticed the low-key fire unicorn standing next to Ning Qi. Enlightenment flashed in his eyes. Clearly, he had guessed Ning Qi's background from the fire unicorn. This time, in addition to many foreign races that he had never seen before, Ning Qi also saw the team of the Longhorn Bull race and the team of the Blood Elf race. At this moment, behind the Tao-seeking member of the Blood Elf race stood the female prodigy that he had seen in the territory of the Longhorn Bull race last time. She was looking at Ning Qi's team with a complicated gaze. The Tao-seeking realm cultivator of the Heavenly Bull race was an old acquaintance. When Long Haidu saw Ning Qi, his face turned extremely cold. He was not afraid that Ning Qi would attack him at this moment. This was the territory of the three sacred clans. As long as his brain was not damaged, he would be safe. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.